This week, Deviant Ollam, physical penetration specialist at Red Team Alliance, will delve into lockpicking and physical security. Next up, John Matherly, the creator of Shodan, joins us for a segment about the state of the internet exposed services. In the security news, the greatest exploit in the world. Throw some more logs on the Log4j fire. Lock picking with a zip tie, hacking metal detectors. Please disclose your vulnerabilities here. Bugs in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth have an interesting relationship. Not so secret backdoors, taking over domain controllers, and interesting pre-copulatory behavior in Darkling beetles. All that and more on this episode of Paul's Security Weekly.
This is Security Weekly, for security professionals, by security professionals. Broadcasting live from G-Unit Studios in Rhode Island, it's the show where exploits run wild, packets aren't the only things getting sniffed, and the cocktails flow steady. It's Paul's Security Weekly. Keeping up with security issues across thousands of web assets without the right approach to web application security is a daunting task. Get ahead with web vulnerability scanning automation from NetSparker, a leader in dynamic and interactive application security testing known for its ease of use and accurate results. Detect a wide range of vulnerabilities in all legacy and modern web applications, address security bugs at scale by automating the confirmation process, automatically prioritize vulnerabilities, and assign actionable tickets to the right developers in their native workflows for rapid remediation. For more information on how to scale application security with ease, visit securityweekly.com/NetSparker.
Tonight on the ABC Christmas special, Conrad Poos and his dancing teeth, the lovely Lennon sisters will perform I Want to Be Sedated, funny man Rich Little, Aaron Leyland and his singing elephant, and scientist Paul Asadorian will attempt to demonstrate a recursive function in the COBOL programming language. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Paul Asadorian.
Welcome, everyone, to Paul's Security Weekly. It's episode number 722, recorded on December 22nd, 2021, right here in G-Unit Studios in Rhode Island. To my left is the very festive-looking Dr. Doug White. Welcome,
Hello.
El Doctor.
I'm here. I didn't have my nails done this time, though, so I didn't have my black fingernails in celebration of...
You were like doing some home improvement flooring or something.
Yeah, my old house is getting ready to sell, so I have to have all that nastiness torn out and the remnants of pre-copulatory behavior.
Yes, yes. We love that. We're going to see how many times we can say that word before we cover the non-security story of the week.
All behavior is pre-copulatory. or
maybe.
Even post-copulatory behavior is really just pre-copulatory behavior if you do it right.
Oh, my God. What's the movie with the street sign that they go, no parking after midnight? And they look at it, they go, is it before midnight or after midnight now?
Mr. Josh Marpet is here with us. Is that Dude, Where's My Car? Maybe?
Could be, yeah.
I don't remember.
I think you're right. I think that's Dude, Where's My
Harold
Car?
and Kumar Go to White Castle. It's one of those kind of movies. It's got to be.
It could be Harold.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Tyler Robinson is here with us.
I'm still stuck on the mind bend of pre-copulatory, post-copulatory here.
Yes, it is a mind bend. Get your festive sweater on. Very nice. Mr. Lee Neely is here with us. Lee, welcome.
Well, it's festive to be here. I'm Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
Nice. Mr. Jeff Mann is here with us. Jeff, welcome.
Thought I would grace you with my presence one last time this year.
Yes.
Ho, ho, ho.
Nice to have you. Let's see. We've got an announcement. If you've got a specific guest or topic you would like us to cover on one of the upcoming shows, submit your guest suggestions for guests or your suggestions for guests, and we'll cover them, the guests, with a blanket maybe. Or if it's a topic, we might interview it. In any case, go to securityweekly.com/guests. Complete that form. We review those on a regular basis, and we'll get back to you. Joining us for this segment is none other than Deviant Ollam, a physical penetration specialist and member of the board of directors of the U.S. Division of TOOL, the Open Organization of Lockpickers. Joining us tonight to talk about some lockpicking, some physical security. Deviant, welcome.
How's it going? Hey, tell me, why was somebody's computer not allowed at ShmooCon?
Why is
it
that?
refused to get its screenshots. Always have to give props to the con, trying to do everything they can to keep everyone safe. Fingers are crossed that we'll get all there this January.
I hope so. I know Heidi's been working hard as she normally does on ShmooCon, so I hope so. Deviant, I think like many of us in the security community, I learned something about lockpicking, if not the fundamentals of lockpicking, probably directly from you. I think so many people have at least kind of get that introduction. And I want to thank you for that, because I think it's really worked its way into our community. It's worked its way into the culture here at Security Weekly. It doesn't matter what job title you hold here at Security Weekly, you learn how to pick locks. Which comes in handy. It's kind of funny, and you have a lot of these stories. I'm sure you've heard a lot of these stories, right? So we become like the lock picking hub. So if anyone in the building is locked out of something, they come here for help.
Yeah,
which I think is great. I mean, it's such a community thing, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, for a very long time. I mean, I was definitely not the first by a long shot to be talking about this, but it seems like I was just really fortunate to have the freedom to travel, and a handful of us were just saying yes to like every little and large con and everyone in between. So yeah, we would run into you at, Boston events at Source with Stacy and everyone. I remember like Quahog Con was that little event in Rhode Island once.
Yeah.
But yeah, we would always try to show up, and it was great. It's still great, but I don't have the same freedom I used to back then. I feel like I was doing like 2-3 cons a month for a couple of years there, and it was a very special time.
Yes. Of course, now, with the pandemic, that changed a lot of physical conferences. But I also am curious, Deviant, I mean, what you do today is very much physical security assessments. Is that correct?
Yeah. Breaking into buildings.
How has the pandemic impacted some of that? I'd imagine, a lot of folks work from home and don't go to a building. And so how has it impacted that particular aspect of our industry?
Yeah, it's a real double-edged sword. So there's the idea that offices, as you point out, are much more empty. So you might say, well, that's great. There's fewer people there. There's less, you're less likely to get interdicted or bothered. And that's true. But there's fewer people there. And in certain environments, you are now standing out a lot more. Like, who the hell is this guy? Why? If you're one person in an office of 200 and you're just kind of walking somewhere with purpose, okay, nobody cares. But if you're one person in an office of 20, they're like, wow, what? I haven't seen a new human being in months. Why are you here? And the same goes for masks, right? If you're wearing a mask, you're not as identifiable. You can blend in, but masks have become this weird cultural people's identity. And depending on where you are in the country, trying to wear them, we've had jobs where we're on the pre-call, and HR is like, oh yeah, we have a strong mask policy, and we have our sanitizer station at the door, and we've shown up, and the whole office is unmasked. And you're like, well, shit. So what am I going to do now? Am I going to be that guy from the city where I live somewhere that every place is 100% masking, right? So am I going to wear my mask and stick out?
Right.
Or am I going to not wear the mask, but then people can see my face? And again, you got the same problem I just said, who's this new person? So it varies a lot. The real thing with us is always trying to deliver some value. And the fact is that with office space is changing how companies use it nowadays. And that means we have to always evaluate whether or not testing the office means what it used to mean. If you've got a whole office and it's little more than your server room, then why am I testing? We used to try to steal laptops, or we used to try to steal stuff out of, common storage areas. Those aren't in use anymore. So it limits a lot of what's useful to even test in certain buildings. And it's pared down and pruned down a whole lot what we test. And a lot of our evaluations are focused on, all right, can I get into that data center? That's all you care about, because no one's showing up with laptops, no one's showing up with paperwork, no one's showing up at all. And it's changed a lot.
But do you think that there's going to be a time in the very near future where we're going to begin doing physical pen tests against personal homes, or say high-profile executives, because the nature of work and where sensitive data and laptops and devices now live?
To some degree, yes. Now we're all for NDA'd here, but I still can't divulge exact clientele. We at Core, the Core Group has done executive homes for some time now for a different like caliber of clientele. Usually they're like real high profile people who are like hiring DeBecker and Associates for their executive protection. We've done home assessments at that level. I think we're going to see that trickle down to your sort of mid-level executives more. As far as your run-a-day employee, like work-a-day run-of-the-mill employees, and I'm not denigrating anybody, we all have a job to do, but I think it becomes impractical to do a on-site with all those employees, but maybe we're going to see something that's more common if you, again, in like the government space, or if you're handling certain types of controlled information, you do have to do an attestation about your home office. I know that to get access to certain resources in the government world, we had to do this for all of our home offices at Core. Like we had to say, yes, we're using this caliber of lock. We have this type of alarm system. Yes, we have a GSA container like in our offices at home. And I think maybe companies are going to start adopting that kind of question. Like, okay, well, when you have this company endpoint, where does it get locked up at night? Where does it get locked up when you leave the house? So maybe that's something that we'll see guidance coming out on. And I'm happy to, I just gave a talk a few months ago about gun safes and gun storage, because as many people know, during the pandemic, a lot of firearm owners got into that game. So I'd be happy to tell people about laptops and data storage as well.
Mm. Yeah, I'm concerned doing a physical pen test in someone's home. Speaking of guns, like that would be dangerous in my opinion, depending on maybe where. But I would think that'd be dangerous. No, would that be more of a observe from afar kind of assessment rather than actually breach someone's home?
Yeah, the idea of targeting an employee in their actual home, like that's, in my opinion, that's dirty pool. I think it's that's like sending a phish email to someone's personal Gmail account, even if you know they're using it for work and they shouldn't be. Even if you learn something good and actionable, are you actually undermining your security because you're ruining your goodwill with that employee? Are you opening up to something that's legally actionable? Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that. I wouldn't take a job where an employee said, hey, this is my subordinate team. These 3 people, here's their home addresses. Break in. Right. Yeah. First of all, they don't have standing to do that, right? You can't just do that. But even if they said, well, try to monitor this employee, like trail them around town, see if they use their laptop at Starbucks and leave it unattended. It's illegal. Yeah, that's ethically shaky for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that might actually be illegal. We were long ago, so we were doing physical pen tests back in the early 2000s and stuff like that. Did a couple of executives that with their permission, they knew we were doing it. We went out to their residence and looked at their stuff because they actually asked us to do that. But we talked about that, about following people, and I was talking about we had consultants who were using company laptops because we had one get stolen in like a coffee shop. And corporate legal said no, that was not going to be not going to fly to start following people around and snooping on them and spying on them and all this kind of stuff in their personal lives. And it was really tough to define. Now I don't know, but I mean back then it was really clear when they're in the office. That's different than when they're at home. But now it's complicated. But yeah, I don't think I would take that job either.
No.
Yeah, the juice is not worth the squeeze on that one, both legally and with employee rapport.
I mean, I have a PI license, and so you can actually sort of spy on people, but it's real twitchy, and you have to be real careful, and we don't do those jobs without an attorney giving us advice because those laws differ from place to place. They're different in different states and different cities, and some of them actually have laws that say, you can't do this, you can't do that, and so it's real twitchy. I did want to ask you, though, do you think it's gotten better? I mean, when I first started doing physical pen test stuff, it wasn't like government contractors and Department of Defense and secret stuff. It was just like companies that were subject to Sarbanes-Oxley, and we were doing a lot of physical pen tests at these corporations. They were horrible. I mean, they had zip for physical security. I mean, and they didn't even like being told they needed physical security. They might have a receptionist sitting in a lobby or something, but those people hadn't been trained on spotting intruders or any of these kind of things. And do you think that's gotten any better?
Yeah, I definitely think it has. And we can say, not that there's ever a end final, you're done now goal for security, but maybe we've only moved 10, 20% down that line. And someone, if like a student in school is like, well, I got a 0 on my test last semester. Now I got a 20%. You might say, well, that's not great. But if someone is, completely physically, like they've never tried to do any jogging or running, like they just can't run up even a flight of stairs. And they say, well, I've been trying to run and now I can run 25, 50 yards without getting winded. Someone who's an experienced runner might be like, wow, that's got a long way to go. But I'd rather look at it as that person. I'm like, well, you know what? You're 2 months better than you used to be because you've been trying it. And we can celebrate those wins while recognizing there's still a long way to go. So yeah, there have been wins. I think it's really neat that bypassing the really low-hanging fruit stuff, it's become so well understood, even in fiction at this point, where I've seen latch slipping and under door tools and other things like that in popular shows and in like books. Like I know authors who write thriller novels and stuff. There's actually, my dad was just reading a book. I think it's called The Night Lock. It's like a locksmith who breaks. It's some detective thriller thing, and like the author is legit talking about real things that we cover in the security world. So I think those kind of attacks are better understood, and companies are actually trying those $10, $20 solutions to make like door fitment improvements and to make under door like shrouds around the handles. That's great. There's still plenty more to do, and we will educate them whenever they ask us, but it is a point of progress. And likewise with social engineering and phishing and challenging unknown people in a building, are there plenty of people who still will slip up? Yeah, but a lot more people, like I get challenged more on site at jobs in big cities or in rural environments, you name it. I get more confrontation than I used to years and years ago. And that's a good thing.
It is a good thing because I think people tend to think backwards about, because I want to harp on the rural versus like a really crowded environment. Because I always tell my wife, I'm like, she's like, when we go to bed, we need to turn all the lights off. I'm like, no, like all the outdoor lights need to be on. I'm like, because like a thief or someone who's trying to do breaking and entering, like lights are their worst enemy. That means anyone can see them, right? And I also think that, similar kind of thinking, if you haven't really kind of dug in and run through the scenarios, you may think, well, my physical location in the middle of a bustling city where there's a lot of people is more secure because there's more people there than my rural building where there's like no one ever around. But I think all those things, like the opposite is true, right? And I think many of us have stories on trying to get into places in a rural area. I've heard these stories time and time again. Because like you said earlier, Deviant, just because you're there, you stand out. Like there shouldn't be someone standing there. And it's oftentimes diligent employees that are like, wait a minute, no one's supposed to be there. I'm going to go question that person.
Yeah. I mean, Tyler
you've also got in a rural area, you've got
okay.
the fact that it's small town. And in a small town, everybody is nosy as you can possibly imagine.
Yes. Well, so sorry, what were you saying, Deviant?
Tyler and I did a job together, like in a very rural area. And I think the only thing that really saved us, other than us, kind of knowing what the hell we're doing, was the fact that it was a big facility. If it was a small facility, we would have just felt really out of place there.
Right.
Because again, like, if you're in a small place, the best job I did, and I define best as we got nailed by a couple people fast, was a rural food production firm. They were in the, food distribution and agribusiness. And yeah, like Sunday afternoon, I've told this story once or twice. I don't know if I've told it on like a big show like this, but yeah, my team, we scoped it out. We looked around. We're like, all right, small town, Sunday morning, everyone's at church. We're going to rock this place. It's going to be dead. And we were on premises. There was one employee and literally wasn't even on site. He was driving by in this town, this one horse town. And he looked and he was like, who's that person walking across the parking lot? Didn't recognize him. Kay turned in the road, pulled onto site, and then started going building to building till he could find the interloper. And we had a whole story. We had badges that worked. Like he saw somebody going between another building and he saw a badge work. He's like, I don't know that person. And he kept walking around until he found us. And he's like, hey, just sorry, I saw somebody out in the parking lot. Yeah, that was you. And so what are y'all doing here? And we're like, and we had it, we're professionals. Like, oh, well, we got hired by so-and-so. We're here from the Kentucky building, and they wanted us to come over here to Wyoming to this for the one day. We're making sure the system's up. He's like, nope, you wouldn't have come from Kentucky. I would have heard from Keith. You're not Keith. And I didn't hear. And we're like, damn. And and it was just because he had worked there for decades, and he had this sense of ownership, and he, like, this little company, he's like, no, I feel like on his day off, pulled into the parking lot.
It's the best defense. It really is. It's the best defense.
I was thinking this the other day. Do you think that the gig economy, because of the nature of it, now there are so many strangers everywhere. Like I was like the neighborhood I live in now, like everybody kind of knows each other, and but all of a sudden here's an old Toyota Camry sitting there on the side of the road with the flashers on, and there's a guy walking around the property. And
you're like, oh, that's an Amazon delivery.
Yeah, is it Amazon? Is it FedEx? Is it, because they all do this stuff where they've just got, and they all have badges and stuff, but you can't see those, and they don't have FedEx trucks. They've got there's an old Toyota. In fact, today I saw a Toyota Camry in my driveway. I was like, who's that?
Right. Yeah, but they got an orange vest on with the green lines in it.
You can only get those if you work for FedEx.
Right.
I mean, but I would. Do you think that's going to change?
He's like, I got a whole closet full of that stuff.
No, I literally just looked on eBay for like Amazon Prime stuff. Like, yeah, man, full delivery jacket, rain slickers. I just realized I should add that to my stuff. And yeah, man,
you could just sign up on one of those delivery sites for like Laser Ship or something, and you'd actually be an employee, and so then you've probably got a like legit ID that you're walking around with, and you just maybe aren't delivering there today.
Hell yeah!
Don't use Laser Ship, by the way. Doug and I both had stuff stolen.
My God,
from what we
more than once,
believe was Laser Ship employees.
And then they said they delivered it, and I was like, no, you didn't. And they were like, oh yeah, they did, and they took a picture of it. And I was like, could you show me the picture? And they were like, oh yeah, we can't find that. And I was like, yes, because there's not one, because I have video cameras on the whole driveway, and nobody pulled in my driveway. And they're like, well, maybe they delivered it to one of your neighbors. And I'm like, I can actually see all my neighbors from my camera. They did not deliver anything on the 6 houses that I can see on my camera.
Okay, see if you can find an NVIDIA graphics card on eBay that was Doug's, because that's where it was delivered. No, I mean,
Tyler's got it.
Kind of along those lines, right? Like, do you carry tools of the trade, or do you try and carry everyday objects that could be tools of the trade? Because I hear and read things about butter knives and forks being used to breach physical entry. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that, Deviant.
Yeah, I mean, everything is as mission dictates, right? You have some really non-permissive environments where you're going through kind of almost like TSA style screening at the front door, and you don't want to stand out. So you want to make sure your gear looks as innocuous as possible. And other times where, like you're not getting a pat down on the way in, but you can't carry the kitchen sink. I'm very kind of MacGyverish like that. I want to roll as slick and slim as I can. And that's oftentimes just going to be mostly bypass tools. And my other stuff is like, in the car or something. And if I run into something I can't get through, well, all right, I already got through the door once. I'll go outside and get whatever crazy leashy 2-in-1 tool to attack some lock that because even again, like I picked a lock, both Bobak and I were on a job just the other week. We picked locks on secure closets. But like, if I have modern tools, sure, I'll stick the leashes in there and use them instead of regular picks, because why not? I got the advantage with that special, like, oh God, I love 2-in-1 tools these days. People think they're gimmicky, but I think they're great. But I had to go out to the car to get it.
What's an example of like a 2-in-1 tool?
So leashy tool, I think I probably have a pick roll open.
I know you got one handy.
I was going to say, do you have a lock pick in your Santa hat? Because I think that would be pretty good if you did.
That would be pretty slick. Let's see down here. There we go. So the leashy picks are kind of these Johns, where in addition to, if I can finagle one out around there we go. So you have obviously like a, kind of a Turner arm acting here, but let's see if the autofocus product showcase mode go, right? You actually have a graduated scale here because you're manipulating a working tip, right? You're actually engaging you're decoding the lock as you pick it. Right. So once you've got the lock open, we can then generate a key. You don't have to, continue to manipulate that lock every time you want to get back in that door.
That's pretty cool.
Which keyways do they have those for? No, it's Schlage and what else?
So Schlage, Quickset, Master Lock, although, I mean, you don't really need one for a Master Lock. They do have them for best locks, the A2 system, the SFICs, a little bit challenging in some ways because of the multiple shear lines, but we've gotten bests to work. There are now, not everywhere, on redteamtools.com, you can get Lockwood style, which is an Australian brand that has some penetration overseas. And I don't know if anyone else is selling this yet, but I'm evaluating ones for Yale and Chiza, which have this very paracentric keyway. And for the longest time, I didn't think it would be feasible to make a 2-in-1 tool that would fit and manipulate that way with a secondary arm. But yeah, I've got a few, and maybe they'll get thrown up on the site in a few weeks.
Those should go to private sale first.
I could do that for you, man.
Do you have any advice for people that are acquiring these tools? Because when we were doing this, again, we had corporate legal and all this kind of stuff, and a lot of stuff we were doing was in Texas, where it's kind of like Wild West anyway, and they weren't. Mm-hmm. But like in Rhode Island, possession of burglary tools, which this would qualify, is illegal, and you can actually be arrested for having wrecking bars, lock picks, all this kind of stuff in your vehicle. And I actually was back then I worked for the state police a lot, and I actually asked them, I was like, would you charge me with this? And they said, yeah, they probably would if you got stopped. And I was like, so how do I register this? Is it like a firearm, and I need to fill out a form or something? And they didn't really have an answer to that. They were like, don't carry burglary tools in your car. I was like, but it's my job.
Actually, Rhode Island, it's totally legal. You have to show intent to have it counted as a burglary tool. Now, will they charge you with it? Oh, of course. Mm-hmm. But you can beat that in a court of law.
Or I think if you gave a lockpicking demonstration to the law enforcement officer, they would think that's so cool they'd probably let you go.
Well, yeah, I wasn't that worried about it, because also in Rhode Island, it's kind of like, hey, Doug, how you doing? And they're like, exactly. I had your class, and like, oh yeah, hi, how's it going?
I was like, oh hey, Tom, you just we were at my Boy Scout meeting with my son. And stuff.
Exactly. But I was something I was thinking about, because I have seen that kind of stuff on the books, and there's always that discussion with PI boards and stuff like that about can you carry?
Yeah. So what's the state of that, Deviant, to your knowledge?
So, well, for everyone at G Unit in Rhode Island is the Criminal Code Section 11.8, Subpart 7, if I'm not mistaken. And you are correct. They are many things are described as burglary tools under the law. They have a really cool litany of things among the examples they give, like key nipper and key bit, false key, and so forth. But Josh is completely correct. There is an intent clause, as there is in many states' criminal statutes with regard to burglary tools, because many of the things that are quote burglary tools, as you said, are pry bars and what we'll call multi-purpose or dual-purpose implements,
butter knife,
monkey wrenches, right? So we sell these at Home Depot. Like, people do have them, and because of that, if there is demonstrable intent that you have, are about to commit a crime, or there's evidence that you just did commit a crime, you can be facing charges. If there is no demonstrable intent in the overall circumstance, ostensibly, you're not supposed to be facing charges. We all, of course, know that the nature of anyone's interaction with state authorities is dictated a lot more than just the letter of the law. It's dictated by everyone's attitude that day and time of day and all the surrounding circumstances. And there's a lot you can do to sort of just not be a target. We talk about this just in general in social engineering, right? Just don't stand out. And if you do catch on someone's radar, don't give them a reason to keep scratching the surface. And a lot of that comes down to the way you present yourself and the way you be, of course, I've got these tools. Yeah, sure. If they see the tools, right? Like, oh yeah, of course, I've got them here because it's part of my job. Did they find those tools in a laptop bag, or did they find them rolled up in like a fake, what do they call those? Like voids and traps. What are those freaking things where like people smuggle drugs in cars, right?
Yeah.
Like, did they find it in a secret hold?
Yeah, that was my experience at TSA. Even just to give you an example of, I think exactly what you're talking about. I had a lockpick set in my bag, and I was going through security, I think in Louisville, coming home from DerbyCon. Yeah. And TSA agent, searches my bag. She pulls out my lockpicks, and she holds them up, and she's like, "What are these?" And I'm like, "Those are lockpicks." And she's like, oh, okay, I just want to make sure you weren't going to lie to me. Right. And I think that's exactly what you're talking about, right? If I had been like, I don't know what those are. Those, you tell me. I don't know.
I'm holding it for a friend.
Yeah. Then she would have started digging a little more like, what do you mean you don't know what those are? They're in your bag, right?
Well, they took my lockpicks and my chopsticks in Kansas City. They said the chopsticks were a potential deadly weapon, and the lockpicks might be used. And I was like, what? But yeah, I mean, it was
Kansas
most places,
City's a pain in my ass.
Well,
Yeah,
it was,
they were
me
one of the
too.
few.
I was like, oh my God, what? And she was like, she didn't even know what the chopsticks were, and she took them. And I was like, they're chopsticks. They're like plastic chopsticks. Just throw them away. And she's like, I'm going to have to get a supervisor down here. And I was like, of course, he came down and was like, Mildred, those are chopsticks. They use them for Chinese food. And she was like, well, he's not Chinese. And I was like, yeah, but other people can eat Chinese food.
He's not Chinese. How come he gets to have them?
Yeah.
Like, come on, people.
It was
it's ridiculous.
very bizarre.
By the way, every time you go through TSA and they give you problems, just point them at Evan Booth's sites, Terminal Cornucopia. I love watching their faces when they realize what you can buy behind security and turn it into.
Yeah. No, it's very true.
Very interestingly, Kansas City is Missouri, and Missouri's criminal statute for burglary tools, which I believe is Section 590, subpart, who the hell knows. Missouri only mentions forcible entry in burglary tools. So you could make the case, although I doubt this has any case law history, that lockpicks would not be burglary tools in the state of Missouri because there's nothing forcible about their use.
Forcibly asking for a supervisor doesn't even work there. So
I did avoid going to jail in Rhode Island because I got held for over an hour by TSA because I had a guitar stomp box in my bag, and the guy did not know what it was and said it had a 9-volt battery in it, and it looked like possibly an explosive, and they contacted the bomb squad. And I was like, you just let me call somebody? I could call somebody in the bomb squad. I know them, and I'll just make a call, and they can probably explain this. And finally, somebody else came in. I was like, what do you got here? And I was like, it's a guitar box. And the guy was like, that's a guitar box, Ted. Yeah. I was like, get a guitar. I'll plug it in. It's like, come on. And then they let me go.
So we now have the names for the tech clueless. It's Ted and Mildred.
Yeah, and Glenn. Don't forget Glenn. That was before the show. That was a pre-show thing there,
But I think, Devin, what you were mentioning earlier is lock picking and using some of these specific lock picking tools on a physical security assessment often isn't the way that you get in. It's all these other creative ways.
Yeah.
The one that always comes to mind for me, I think you were presenting at Wild West Hacking Fest, showing how Dave Kennedy could blow a really big vape cloud right from his vape device when he was into that kind of thing through the crack in the door to trigger the re-entry sensor.
Absolutely. Yeah, the REC sensors are still there, man, because again, so those who don't know, RECs or request to exit, they are part of any electronic physical access control system, or most physical access control systems that have door sensors. So typically the way it works is you will have what's called a door position switch or a door contact switch or sensor. And if the access control system sees the state of a door change, so the door goes open and then shuts, the access control logic will say, well, was that event preceded by a valid credential presentation? Okay, no, it wasn't. Well, was that event preceded by an egress, a REX sensor tripping? And it was cool. Okay, so the request to exit sensor was tripped, then the door opened. That's a normal user egressing, no alarm.
The request to exit is sensing a person walking towards the door to exit, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, it didn't take long for these sensors, almost all of which are simple passive infrared motion sensors, the same kind you would have in a burglar alarm environment, which are super wideband. They're designed to pick up motion. They don't want false negatives. So instead of just using it as logic, so like, oh, do we have an alarm condition? They started saying, well, we have these electronically controlled locks on these doors. Why even make a user go through any machinations to unlock the door? If they get picked up by the RECs, just unlock the door. And that's what, as you're referencing, Dave, with it, blowing those fat clouds, right? It doesn't take a lot to set off infrared passive motion sensors.
I got one for that.
It unlocks the door. Boom.
And so wait, I'm sorry. Is that for fire safety or user convenience or a combination?
Almost all for user convenience in combination.
Okay.
NFPA or National Fire Protection Code, those stipulate that in any environment where feasible, during a fire or heat condition or smoke condition, doors must unlock. That's usually by building automation control. If the same thing that would trigger elevators to go on fire service mode.
Gotcha.
So the doors will, whether or not you got REC sensors or not, doors are unlocking if they're like mag locked or something like that. You have to facilitate egress.
Gotcha.
So no, what we're tripping is much more just related to simple access control logic. Because let's think about, in more secure environments, it's greater user friction. If you're not implementing it with a motion sensor, and there are better motion sensors, let's be clear. GE has been making the RCR Rex forever, which uses infrared and microwave radar. So they're and gated together. It has to see radar motion toward the door and heat. So, I mean, better sensors are out there. They, instead of costing $75, they're about $180, $190. So a little more. But if you're not using a sensor, you're using what, like push to exit buttons, which are, again, like a big user pain in the butt.
Right. Because if you're carrying something, you got to hit the button to open the door. Yeah.
The pandemic has changed that because of concerns about hygiene. We're moving much more in environments that have the little green mushroom. They're changing those out to wave your hand by the door, and that's your push to exit. It's like wave to exit. I've seen that even in restrooms now, but in like server data centers, I've seen it. So I think that's a cool middle of the road. It's harder to fake those out. You still can, but not nearly as easy as the simple infrared on the ceiling, which again, like people have seen me blow a glass of whiskey through a door and open a bank late at night. People have seen Dave with his vape pen. People have seen so many funny hacks against those infrareds, which are still out there in the field.
A can of air, right? We'll do it as well.
Yeah.
We tried to. I first saw one of those. They had this was a long time ago, but they had an emergency situation. So if somebody approached the door from the inside, the door would unlock. And we got this idea that we could get a blow-up doll and slide it under the door because there was a gap and inflate it with compressed air and make it wiggle. And we were driving all over the place in another state trying to find a blow-up doll. And it was really sad that we could not find. We went to several of these sort of shops and they were like, yeah, they don't really sell those anymore. I was like, really? And I was like, we really need a blow-up doll. And the guy was like, I do too, buddy, but you know.
Jesus.
Well,
Ask Glenn.
But anything that would inflate doesn't have to.
We could have done with a beach ball or something. I think we talked about that, and we never did try it. But I think it would have worked because the way the sensor, if somebody was inside, the door unlocked because they wanted to let people escape, and so all you needed was something. It wasn't even infrared. It was just literally like enough motion, and we were trying to do stuff on the floor, but we couldn't quite get it to detect. But I was like, I bet if we had something that expanded and was higher, it would pop the door. And so it was just along those same lines.
So Mylar balloons are nice because you can slide them under and they're dead flat. And if you have a little can of helium,
there you go.
They have little birthday party cans that are like the size of a bowling ball. And you can let it go and then it'll kind of drift up and then it'll just eventually evaporate, late fall out. Then it just sits on the ground. Oh, there's trash on the floor. Oh, well.
And you can keep it under your armpit for some heat and heat signatures.
Yeah.
Now, I am curious with the state of some of the more advanced secure systems that you've dealt with. Like, I've come into contact lately with a lot of multi-factor RFID and or biometric, where they're requiring multiple items. You got RFID and then a PIN, or RFID and a fingerprint. These biometrics and pieces. How are you seeing some of these implemented in the more secure environments that seem to be good? Obviously, the ESP key that you guys sell and is one of the best places to get those from is a fantastic way to get around some of these. But is there a lot of research around some of the newer kind of high secure environments?
There's not as much research as will happen once the backhaul data lines become more secured. Tyler, you referenced the ESP key. For those who don't know this tool, what he's talking about is if you have a credential reader on the wall, whether it's a standard boopy card and that's it, or whether it's like card and pin, or card like you got a Morpho reader that you're using biometric and your card and your pin, almost universally, those are still communicating from reader to door controller. That backhaul is a pair of wires that are bits in the clear using an old protocol called the WeGAN protocol. And because that is still interceptable, we install a little sniffer. It's the size of a postage stamp. You can clamp it on the data line just behind the reader. And we have a whole module in class where we teach people how to get readers off the wall without setting off the tamper, which is never hooked up half the time. But because that WeGAN data bus is unencrypted, the new protocol, if anyone wants to push for this at your site, please do. It is called the OSDP, or Open Supervised Data Protocol. OSDP version 2 does support, but not by default, what's called secure channel. And if you enable secure channel, then the reader to panel, the reader to door controller communication is encrypted. But since that's not the norm, it doesn't matter how fancy-pantsy the user is interacting with something on the wall. What invariably happens if you're curious, like let's say, here's a scenario, like an actual scenario from a data center where they were using credentials that were so new that the Morpho biometric reader didn't support this credential. Many of these readers, the biometric readers, they can support some RFID, but if you're using elite keys on a I-class system, or in this case, it was HID's super new product, not new anymore, but still their flagship product called CIOS. Signo is actually going to become their new hotness, but this was CIOS, which is a modern generation, still out there tech. They had a CIOS reader next to the fingerprint reader. And then the obviously you need your fingerprint, right? So what was happening is we even took the fingerprint reader off the wall, and on the back, you can see data lines, and they literally say weekend in, weekend out. So you'd hit your super modern credential against the super modern reader. It would do in crypto, blah, 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 stuff that's, I don't think CIOS has been super compromised yet, not publicly anyway. It would then take that amazing user credential payload that's just now decrypted, fart it out the back of itself in Weekend, go right into the Morpho reader, which would hold that in a bucket until you would fingerprint, blah, blah, blah. And then if your fingerprint matched, it would release that Weekend credential down the data lines. The first thing we showed the client was like, well, you could just take the Morpho off the wall, just literally connect. Here's Weekend in, just connect the Weekend lines. So if someone has your card, that just passes it straight through, and that unlocks the door. And that made them flip. They're like, oh my God, we paid how much for these Morpho readers? I'm like, oh yeah, you lit a small pile of money on fire. But if it's not encrypted, the Morpho reader's just one little gate that you take it out of the way. It's a speed bump. But really, as you point out, if you sniff that data line, now you're not just passing the Weekend data through, you're catching it. And it's all in the clear. It's a simple data string in the clear, 26 bits if you're curious, with parity bits. And you could just replay it. You could then literally inject that Weekend in another reader or another door somewhere else, because it's all the same payload, just in this very simple string. And until that gets encrypted, why is anyone going to bang their head into like the new way of? It's good at DEF CON, right? When some German group shows that they can hack the latest smartphone biometric. Great, cool, awesome demo. Make the industry better. Why not? But in terms of our practical effect in the field, why bother with that when Weekend is still out there? We got to kill Weekend.
Mm-hmm. Will that ever die, though? Like, just got done working with the National Fire Protection Agency, and like they're just barely getting to writing the cybersecurity pieces to implement for building automation and building security for fire protection. Like building automation and building security in general, this is worse than OT and ICS from a security standpoint, and not getting that much better. So it's going to take a pretty big push from, practically people like you showing the risk, but I'm still not seeing that push make it to mainstream.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to fully die. Again, you and I have been on how many jobs together or separately, and we still find buildings running procs, right? Brand new, like buildings that have gone up in the last 10 years, and they're using prox card, like HID's ISOProx 2, which was invented in 96? So some sites, there's a lot of momentum in the industry, and it's hard to break that. But it's you're never going to hit that finish line, but you can keep nibbling away at the edges and getting more and more buildings to like, all right, you just drag them little by little into the future.
Do you think some of that could be pushed via something like compliance, or say cybersecurity insurance is a great example? Like we've got big pushes that make a big difference because they control whether you get a policy or not and whether you get paid out and can run after ransomware. Well, if we start to migrate this physical space into the cybersecurity and information security space where it falls underneath of one of those security agencies and is pushed via compliance. Like I'm not a huge compliance guy. I love you to death, Jeff, but there's only so much that can do, but that seems to actually make the most effect because they tend to have the most teeth around some of this.
I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing it, especially in the insurance space. That's the kind of thing where that really impacts people's bottom line. And if their policy is invalidated, or if they just can't write new policies because they're so out of date, that's going to drive it, as well as a handful of big customers. Because really, it's as with many things in security, it's this round robin finger pointing game. We were there right as OSDP2 started to become at least feasible. But it's still like Bobic is on the working group. Like you would say, okay, here's the standard works, great. Get me hardware that can run it. And HID was like, all right, we're finally supporting OSDP2 in our readers. Awesome. Whose door controller supports it? And then Bobic's on the phone with, Software House or somebody. And he's like, nope. All right. Yeah. You sent me that giant new reader. It's in my lab. Yeah. I've hooked it up. No. Boop. Credential. No, it doesn't work. And they're like, all right, send him a new firmware. And he flashes the firmware. He's like, boop. Nope. Still doesn't work. You want me to hook it up to the oscilloscope? Do you want me to start using a logic analyzer and tell you what the output is? Because it's still not working. And so engineers just had to, the gear didn't work. Now that we finally have the gear working, that now moves the ball. It's like pass the buck. And now you get to the customers. Are enough customers even aware of it? And finally there, it's, again, so much credit to him. And he's an amazing instructor in this space. Bobic is still with us. He's at Red Team Alliance. He's our main guy for the access control work we do. And his level of education of others at big trade shows and ISC West and GSX, we now have clients, and we're not going to name exact names, but humongous nationwide bank, right? Like a massive bank that probably half of us use. 3 or 4 years ago, they privately said, at a little lunch of some people in the industry, they said, Weekend is dead for us. We are not deploying any new access control at any new site unless our integrator can give us OSDP2. It's good enough and ready for showtime, and this is a few years ago, that they're like, we will not buy another new widget, Wonkit, Wamadyne 9000 awesome box if it still only runs Weekend. And it took that kind of pressure for the industry, so then now you got integrators. So integrators actually will understand how it works and they'll install it because they have to. And once you get enough market penetration that insurance companies are like, all right, we're not going to experience holy hell from our customers, then eventually the industry of insurance is going to say, all right, we're going to start requiring this. It's my prediction with things like vaccine requirements on domestic flights. We're not there yet, even though a lot of people, probably myself included, wouldn't mind that. Because again, we just don't have enough buy-in. Once you get enough of the public that's already across the line, then someone somewhere can make it a standard or a requirement because they're not going to get rotten fruit thrown at them. But unless that groundwork's there, it's not going to matter. If you can say anything you want, if people aren't doing it, it's not going to happen.
I want to segue how this transfers to the hotel industry, right? Because I think you were certainly the first person to amaze me with, you get this tool and it can just go under the door and it can open it. I was like, well, that's pretty amazing. But we've seen a lot of hacks with the electronics and software, hardware and software in the actual locks in a hotel. How much stake does a hotel have? What's the state? Do you think hotel lock security physical controls are enough today, or do we still have some huge issues in that industry?
Are you a nation state or not?
Right. That's a great question to ask. Who's your adversary? I will say this for those who aren't familiar. And you can look there's a YouTube series that I've been on before, and they can't wait to have us back. Pandemic is a pandemic. It's called Modern Rogue. We're going to do a whole thing about travel security on the road. Yeah. Probably I'll be filming with them in a few months. But if you're not familiar, this blows people away when they don't know this. Why does every hotel nowadays have a safe? They're always kind of dodgy. And we could talk about hacking electronic safes, right? But why does even your most crud bucket, $10 a night, value in the middle of nowhere, there's this electronic safe? Because the hotelier is transferring risk to the customer if they provide a secure storage solution. If there's a safe in the room, then the hotel is not liable under almost every state's hospitality statutes, is not liable for theft from the room. If you had something that wasn't in the safe. And if it was in the safe and it was still stolen, they're going to say, we don't believe you. You didn't use the safe correctly or something. So you're kind of screwed there as well. But that's why hotels use the in-room safe, which are manufactured super cheaply. We have all kind of different ways to attack them. but they use that to transfer liability. So the question, is the hotel room door secure enough? Really, the only risk there is the potential for lawsuit if someone gets like assaulted in their room.
Right. That's really
There's always going to be an evil maid attack. There's always going to be the potential for surveillance gear, and you should always assume that the room is not a safe location. That's just good, OPSEC and PERSEC at that point.
Just a warning to viewers, after you watch all these videos, when you go on trips, you'll just sit in your hotel room with an automatic shotgun facing the door all night because you won't want to go out.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to test the laws in that scenario either.
Well, in Texas, let me tell you, that's not only legal, it's encouraged. So
you might be interested to see some of the footage you capture on like a USB charging port that has a camera in it, or snaps and photos of your room being messed with. Like, as much as we assume security, especially in first world countries and within, the United States, depending on where you're from in the country, it's a pretty big assumption that we are always secure. We are always, people have the best intentions, which you'll find as you travel a little bit more, or as you end up in different situations or different threat profiles. That is not so much the case, especially in hotels.
Mm. Deviant, you mentioned safes. My kids love to watch the YouTube videos where the ridiculous YouTube creators take out all these ridiculous. You've seen them, Tyler, right? They take out these ridiculous things to try and get into the safe. And I tell my kids, I'm like, they probably could have just guessed the PIN code on that one, or picked the backup lock, or if it's a safe with a concrete bottom, that's where you hit it with the sledgehammer. But they're attacking it with a speed square just for show. That's not going to do anything to the safe. They're going about this all the wrong way.
You don't have a sense of drama, Paul.
That's
drama.
All it is.
You've got to have timing and drama and dramatic dents and people screaming and jumping up and down and
drop the anvil on it, the whole.
Right.
It's so
but
stupid.
They found the safe in the backyard though too. That's the other thing. Shit, come on. When did you find the safe in your backyard?
Never.
After you visited, Tyler?
You need 25 minutes of drama, so you still have 5 minutes left for commercials before you succeed in opening the safe. Come on, Paul.
So, Deviant, I get walk us through safe basics in terms of breaching.
Sure. So we could split this into mechanical safe locks and electronic safe locks. Mechanical is, slower, ostensibly slower because a pin pad is quick, but still there are ways to attack mechanical locks. They take a lot longer. I run a safe manipulation class. I've taught it a number of places, and it's just a methodical series of, very close measurements of the dial, and you're manipulating the dial to cause the safe to leak some information out at you very, very gradually. And that's just with a simple, grade 2 safe lock. Mm-hmm. There's a group 2 safe locks are what most safes, like at a hardware store or a Cabela's or something, if you can even find a mechanical lock, that's what you're going to have. There's group 1, which is used it used to be used more often in government land. Now, all of my, government people know that it's electromechanical locks, but that's not really in civilian world. But even just a group 2M, it's really funny that I love the concept of how manufacturers tried to make mechanical locks more manipulation resistant, and they did it by making them more error prone. One of the things, we're not going to get super deep in the weeds here, right? But so you're trying to, without being able to see the inside of the safe, you're trying to manipulate the dial in a way that you can infer from the numbers, looking at how they're behaving, where certain elements in the safe are contacting. There's what's called a nose that drops into a gate on the cam, the drive cam. And you're like, all right, I can tell the nose of the fence is kind of leaning this way. All right, I feel it touching, blah, blah, blah. Well, manufacturers, they just put what's called an eccentric roller in the nose of the cam. It's just a weird little, not perfectly round knob that does nothing. Mm-hmm. It'll still drop into the, to the gate. But because it's this weird shape, sometimes it'll touch the gate wrong and it'll so all of a sudden this safe is giving you really weird readings. And they did it by it's like when you teach people to pick locks, you don't immediately give them the hardware store master number 3. It's a very easy lock to pick. but it's actually so janky that they're like, I don't get any good feedback out of this. We're like, I know. We'll work you up to that. It's crappy. It's so crappy. I don't want to train you on it. So yeah, things like mechanical safe locks only. I have a bunch of Group 2M and Group 1 safe locks on all of my safes. We got a lot of safes in the basement here. They keep growing because the collection keeps growing. But when it comes to electronic locks, this is, again, a fascinating topic.
I want to go to your previous point because I do find it interesting where sometimes if I can't pick a lock, and even people way more skilled than I, which is a lot of people, can't pick it, oftentimes that lock is damaged, right? Like cases where I've had to go like other mechanisms and like just physically cut stuff is they're like, why can't you pick it? I'm like, the lock is damaged. Like someone has damaged the lock with a key or like whatever it is. I'm like, if it's damaged, it's like becomes a really difficult lock to pick. And that's what you're describing with the safe mechanism, I think, as well.
Yeah. And as far as electronics, nowadays everyone wants the simple to use like pin pad, like even safe dials. They look like big safes, but they're just pin pads now. The big thing there, and this has been for a while, Lockmasters has sold a product called the Little Black Box, which is actually designed by a friend of ours named Dan. He was the original engineer. And now that Mr. Locksmith has like a competing product, but they both do side channel attacks. They do what's called differential power analysis. And again, without getting super into the weeds, the viewers might find this really cool if you want to read up on it. Essentially, what's happening is that whenever these locks power up, if you give them input, like, here's my code, well, it needs to compare that to a known, like, what's the actual code? And it'll read that code out of memory, because these safes are usually in a powered down state. So it's in non-volatile memory. So it'll read the code and then do some logic on chip. Well, when you read memory out of, like solid state memory, it costs more power to read a 1 than to read a 0. We're talking microamps, right? But all these dials tend to have power lines on the outside, because if the battery dies, like, well, you got to swap the battery. So all the power is on the outside of the safe. So you can attach a device that will power up the safe, providing its own power and monitoring the power draw. And it can read right out of memory. It can see the chip.
I think I did
read the code out of memory.
Yeah, the article that I read was it was more power to read a 1 than a 0. I remember seeing that paper and reading it. It's fascinating.
Yeah, that's been shown at DEF CON a few times. It's been a known thing that people would do with like oscilloscopes.
Yeah.
But Dan and Lockmasters and others were the ones who really made it a turnkey product that locksmiths have now.
It's amazing.
So how do you tell people what to choose if everything's defeatable? I mean, how do we establish what's good enough?
How much time you got?
Threat modeling, you consider what your most likely attack is. For a lot of us, it's, I think we don't live in like supreme high crime. The government's trying to break into my stuff. Like most of us have just the occasional curious teenager, who might watch too much YouTube like the rest of us. And we trust our kids like to a point. But I honestly like the idea of just putting a monitoring device inside the safe, so that if the safe opens, you get like an instant alert, maybe even with a photo of what's going on. And if you never get that alert, cool. If you do get that alert and it's like your kid, you're going to have a conversation at dinner that night and talk about restricting someone's Xbox and grounding them, and be like, all right, now we also have to talk about why that's not okay.
Yeah.
And if it's someone who's not your kid, then you're immediately like, honey, get home and get the other safe open and get the shotgun.
Yeah, and taking that advice, teaching my kids how to lockpick, right? Now I'm like, oh crap. And so my gun saves, my phone gets an alert if that door opens, right? Both my wife and I actually get an alert if the doors open to any of the gun safes, because you have to have some kind of backup, right?
Yeah, you can actually, something that I've seen some people do is put a door sensor on the door on the outside of the safe or on the side of the safe or wherever it works, and then from a separate security system, like a different security system, put a motion sensor inside the safe. So the door sensor will trigger if they've attacked that security system. I've seen this in like 2 or 3 houses of people I cannot and shall not name. But then there's a second, fully independent alarm system with the motion sensor inside the safe. If the motion sensor goes off, that could be fine. If you're not there, it's probably not fine.
Yeah. Agreed. That's awesome stuff. Any more questions for Deviant? We could continue.
Yeah,
We
for a while.
almost need to do a whole safe one all in and of itself, right? Because that's a totally separate top. I mean, the mechanisms and all that stuff are completely separate for safes, except for the ones that have like a tubular lock backup, right?
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm curious. Where can we find you? What are you up to? What's latest research? What should we be looking for? Other than that,
Yeah.
I miss you.
So I am, at Deviant Olaf, spelled not at all like it sounds, on all the things. I'm on Twitter where I swear a lot. I'm on Instagram where I like my friends' food pictures. I'm on YouTube. I'm on GitHub. Someone told me the other day, I checked. I was like, you're shitting me. I am like this close to being 100,000 on YouTube, apparently. So
nice. A lot of people.
I'm a non-monetized channel. I'm just an odd collection of BS on YouTube. But if you want to subscribe, that'll be fun to get me over that finish line. I'll watch that odometer tick, I guess.
Awesome. Deviant, thank you so much for appearing on Paul's
Hey,
Security Weekly.
wait, Paul.
Oh, sorry.
We need to ask him the revised fifth question, please.
Oh,
Just the fifth question, or
Just the revised? No, just the revised.
The revised
Just the
one.
new
Oh,
one.
okay. So, Deviant, what is your favorite hacker movie?
so it's going to have to be. In fact, look at this. Like as if I didn't even prepare this, but bam,
There it
we're
is.
going to
There
go
you go.
sneakers.
I knew I was going to get one in my column.
That's it.
Yeah.
Jeff did that just to
That's the
pad
only
his
reason,
column.
just to pad the score. Thank you, Deviant.
Yeah, we're gonna for these questions. I'm going to switch to black hat. There you go.
There you go. Oh, the black Santa hat.
Yeah.
Your
All
outfit
right.
changed a couple times. Very nice, Deviant. We all miss you. We all miss seeing you at conferences and hanging out in person. So hopefully we can get back to that soon. Thank you so much for appearing on Paul Security Weekly.
Thank you. I miss every one of you, and my wife is waving as well. She's the one who handed me the black hat. So Tara and I would love to see all of you again very soon, and stay safe so we can all get back together. Thank you for being here with me.
Absolutely. Thank you. With that, coming up next, John Matherly from Shodan. Stick around. Every 11 seconds, there's a new ransomware attack. Oil pipelines, universities, corporations, all paying millions of dollars. Barracuda says, don't pay the ransom. Before a ransomware attack occurs, train your teams to recognize an attack and use anti-phishing technology. Protect your applications, and they can't get onto your network. Simple backup and restore solutions quickly recover your data without paying the ransom. Build your ransomware protection plan now by visiting securityweekly.com/Barracuda. That's securityweekly.com/Barracuda. Welcome back, everyone, to Paul's Security Weekly. We had an absolute blast putting together this year's Security Weekly Unlocked virtual event. All presentations are now available on demand for your viewing pleasure. You can visit securityweekly.com/unlocked to register and watch. I do want to also say a little teaser for next year. One of the things that came out of Unlocked, which has been amazing, is we're putting together an entire series of talks that, I mean, air quotes webcast. I mean, they're really just special presentations from many folks you probably know and love that will just require a name and email address to register for this event. I will not share your name and email address with anyone. I'll use it just to send you an email after the event with maybe extra stuff, presentations and handouts and stuff like that. So we're putting together an entire series of those. You should see the schedule go up perhaps sometime later this month or in January. The first one will be about building a home lab with myself, Adrian, Josh, I think Tyler, and others. I think Mike as well. Some of the Security Weekly hosts put that together. And so this is just our way of connecting with the community, because I hear you don't want sponsored webcasts all the time, and so we decided to do something special and a little bit different for Security Weekly, and I'm very excited about it. And that kind of stemmed from Unlocked, as many of the folks that didn't get to attend and physically be at Unlocked to do their thing and give their presentation or workshop are now going to do that virtually moving into next year. And so the first round of them certainly won't be sponsored at all, and we'll be doing that if they are sponsored in a different way. So I'm super excited about that. Our guest for this segment is John Matherly, the creator of Shodan, joins us today to talk about the state of Internet exposed services. John, welcome to Paul Security Weekly.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me.
It's nice to have you. I know your whole bio is just like, this is John, he created Shodan. Right? I do want to ask you, John, how you got your start in information security.
I started off by attending a 2600 meeting in San Diego.
Nice.
So I was a student who had just moved to the U.S. and I remember going to, I think, Barnes and Nobles, and I saw the 2600 magazine, and I flipped to the back and I saw the listing that there was one nearby, within walking distance. I didn't have a car, so I went there, and I think the first meeting is I didn't realize how tech savvy that meetup actually ended up being, because they created they went war driving with a grill that was turned into an antenna.
And, into a Wi-Fi repeater. Yeah.
It just driving around with the barbecue grill and as an antenna kind of thing. It was really crazy, and I was kind of hooked after that. Yeah, and I mean, I got a degree in bioengineering, so it's not at all relevant to computer security. But over the years, Shodan was kind of my hobby project for learning new technologies, and eventually I decided to release it, and then everything kind of took a turn where I could focus on security full time. Before then, I was just a typical web developer at a large pharmaceutical company doing really boring stuff. But I like writing software.
So, John, you were a web developer, and then you decided to go scan the entire internet, or how did that start?
So, technically, my specialization is bioinformatics, which they created a major because they thought that, we sequence the human genome. We've got all this massive amounts of biological and chemical data. We will need computers to process it. And we want to have people that know both the computer science and, the physical sciences.
Right.
So they can create software to analyze it. So that was my major.
John, when did we as a civilization sequence the human genome? That was was it late 90s ish? It was around that time, right? Everyone's going to the
full sequencing. I think it was mid 2000s.
Mid 2000s.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Late 90s.
I started college 2002.
Gotcha. Yeah, so it was right around that time that full sequencing was, early 2000s.
Yeah, it was. It must have been before then, yeah, because I started college and my professors were some people that worked on the project.
I'm starting to see the tie though between like large amounts of data and
yeah, a lot of the algorithms that I initially used for Shodan were taken from my bioinformatics classes.
That's awesome.
And so it was a fun way for me to apply my existing skills to a new area. And this was also back in the day where everybody was still using LimeWire. What was the other one?
FrostWire.
There were a bunch of different peer-to-peer softwares. And I thought, well, I could do something like that with Nmap. So actually the first version of Shodan was a desktop client where you could run Nmap and then a peer-to-peer sync your results to other people. But that was difficult to scale, and I figured hackers would start sharing incorrect results. So I didn't really know how to fix that at that time. So I decided, let me just start collecting data myself, analyze it myself, and release a website around that. So that was the process.
How long roughly did it take back in the early days to scan the whole internet?
I want to say months, maybe more. When I first launched Shodan, we didn't scan the whole internet. We scanned a decent chunk, but not the whole internet. It was much slower. The limiting factor was actually the infrastructure, because back then I'd get shut down within a few hours sometimes of running the service. So I'd have to constantly hop from one VPS provider to another, and just keeping that going was a struggle back then. From a technical perspective, the whole stateless scanning algorithm has been out for a very long time. I know ZMap and Masscan have now kind of popularized it, but I got the idea from Dan Kaminsky's tool, Paketo Karetsu, the scan rand.
Yeah.
It was very clever. It was very clever. I remember reading it and thinking, this is brilliant. And I think he got it from somewhere else as well. So this whole stateless scanning algorithm has been out for a long time. And that's what I used from the beginning. I wrote my own scanner because that's what I wanted to do anyways. It's a fun project. But yeah, so initially it didn't really scan the whole internet, scanned a fraction of it. But once we stabilized the infrastructure, then we could really scan at speed that caught in like a week.
And were you really surprised by the output from those early scans?
I didn't know how to analyze them. So my analysis was biased to what I thought would be out there, because so initially the sales pitch behind Shodan was a Netcraft for everything. Are you guys familiar with Netcraft?
Oh yeah, that was around in the late 90s, early 2000s, right?
Yeah, they were like the place to go if you wanted to have some stats about web server usage and which data center switched to IIS and Apache. This is back in the day when Ballmer was still flying around and convincing businesses to stay with Microsoft. And so it always made the news when a data center switched from one way to the other. But anyway, they had all this data about web servers. And I was like, well, let me just do that, but for everything else, and let me make it public. So my analysis was looking for web servers and looking for things that you would expect to see online. I don't come from an OT background. I don't know anything about control systems. So I didn't know how to find, I didn't think that power plants would be connected to the internet. I wish I had that kind of foresight, but I didn't. I just got kind of, lucky, I guess, in some ways, that my tool was used to discover those things, because I had no idea. I tweeted about it when I still had like 30 followers, and HD found it, Phano Elite found it, a few other, big security guys found it, and they identified printers and things like that, and eventually some researchers got a hold of it and found control systems. And I think the story of Shodan over the years has been that, we try to focus on providing the data and platform, and most of the creative work is done by people that know a lot more about it than I do, or we do. And it's worked well for us, I would say.
And how long does it take you, do you think, to scan the internet today? And that, granted, that's a subset of services that you're discovering. Is that true?
Yes, it's a subset. We scan for a few thousand ports, but we set it at a cadence of once per week. And that's done on purpose. You don't want to go too fast. If you go too fast, you're going to collect less data.
Is that just because of latency or services or a combination of factors, I would imagine?
Packets per second. There are large ISPs that will just flat drop traffic once you get above a certain threshold. And there are a lot of other things like that where once you start generating too much noise, then you enter, DDoS territory from various systems, and they start flagging you and doing a bunch of other things. So likewise, the way Shodan works is not like a typical Nmap or other scanner, or even like different than Zmap. We don't do sweeps. We randomize. So we don't hit the same IP and check all ports at the same time. Again, if you do that, you're going to get less data. So you have to check spread out over time. Otherwise, you're just going to get filtered.
So there's still filtering that goes on today. Sorry, Tyler. Still filtering that goes on today that you're not necessarily low and slow. You're kind of more of at a medium pace, if you will, and then you're sending it to randomized hosts at randomized ports so that you don't trigger, a whole bunch of bells and alarms.
Kind of. Yeah. Yes. And also what we've seen recently for the past year or two, is a lot more geolocation-based differences. So if you're a European user and you try to visit a website, you're going to get a different response than if you're a US person visiting a European website. Things like that.
Yeah, I was going to say some of the CloudFront mod rewrite, the geofencing and even user agent strings is going to provide some interesting feedback to you. I was curious if there's any work around doing more passive scans from things like collectors, where you've got layer 3 and layer 4 collectors sitting at edge nodes, at firewall, choke points, fiber, truncation points, all of the things that, say, a mass collection national agency or even commercial product is collecting a good portion of the internet. Are there ways in which to utilize Shodan to evaluate and analyze some of that traffic, or even projects where you're leveraging some of that passive traffic so you're not actively having to scan those and bring that into something like Shodan?
The passive data is tricky for not just technical reasons, but also data privacy reasons nowadays. I believe some security companies have actually gotten into hot water for doing that, where they, monitor traffic, and it turns out some of that is private, and you get in real trouble, right? I mean, there's a lot of, you're talking about risk. That's a huge risk if you start storing that kind of data and sharing it inadvertently. So there's that. Then there's also the fact that you will not discover a lot of services that it'll be a very biased data set, which I think works for certain use cases, like probably in threat hunting, it'll work fine. Obviously, it has worked very fine. Passive DNS is huge, and that's a great tool. But for identifying control systems, identifying a lot of these more outlier things, I'm not sure how well that would work. And then the third aspect is that, I've never wanted to rely on third parties for a core functionality of the product. There's always the concern of, if you build something on top of a third party, traffic, then what happens when that goes away? So I never wanted to pursue that. It's too much trouble, and I don't, we already have infrastructure for active testing. So I'm not sure what we'd be gaining by doing that. Maybe IPv6, it could be helpful.
Yeah.
But then...
I was going to say, what kind of new stuff are you doing there? Around like IPv6, new services, like you were talking about, different user agent strings or different responses based on geolocations. Like, what kind of new stuff is Shodan up to?
Nope.
I mean, people have asked me that for the past decade, and I wish I could give a really compelling answer aside that the internet's changing all the time. People don't realize it, but it is. New devices are popping up constantly. Security standards change. Everything changes all the time. And our focus is keeping up with that. We don't really plan on branching out too much. Like, we launched a few services this year, like Shodan Trends, to make it easier for people to see how things have changed over time. I think it's pretty insightful. And provide a more
so you don't have any plans for IPv6? Is that,
we already have been doing IPv6 for the past 8 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
We've been fully IPv6 compatible for a long time.
And John, you have discovery techniques in V6. Can you talk about some of those? Because I think that's really interesting. As much as
we don't want to talk about too many of them.
Yeah, I mean, as much or as little.
But it's
as
a hodgepodge. I don't think
Sure.
that there's no secret sauce.
Yeah.
In IPv6, there's a lot of heuristics that you can use. I think most people in security realize that humans are very bad at generating random numbers, and you can take advantage of that in IPv6 because they're still managed by humans.
Right.
Then there's so many tricks. It's like we have a few dozen techniques that kind of all boil together. I don't know. There's been a lot of research into it already. Yeah, if there's something specific, I can talk about it maybe, but otherwise I don't think there's something too crazy. You scrape, you crawl, you get whatever data source you can. It's just sometimes you can follow from IPv4 to IPv6.
Yep.
You look at distributions for different providers. You use DNS, like forward DNS, reverse DNS, and you go back and forth. You can buy things from like passive DNS databases and stuff like that. I don't know. We also have a lot of partnerships. Most risk scoring companies, and we're used by like 90 plus out of Fortune 100 companies. And so they'll often tell us like, hey, can you please scan these IPv6 addresses? And so we have a lot of partners in the industry that provide us with information and tell us like, hey, can you please scan this for us? So that helps as well. Stuff like that. But we try to make sure nowadays that everything is very explicit. We don't have any, I would say, like super secret techniques, anything like that. Everything is just automated and working at scale.
And do you have to exclude ranges from military governments across the world, or?
We got a question a lot early on where people assumed that the military would send us cease and desists and things like that. They never have. I think I understand why people assume that the government would just come chasing after us immediately. I remember, I think somebody tweeted that Shodan wouldn't survive more than 3 days. When I first posted about it on Twitter.
Disney's lawyers are another thing, right?
Well, no. So this
they haven't come after us.
So my question for you, John, though, is who gets the most upset when you scan them? Because I think the answer might surprise some.
It's small time. It's small time sysadmins. It's like one guy who has a mail server somewhere on a dynamic, IP, and he gets really pissed off. He's really pissed off if somebody visits his IP, even though it's public. But he's like,
right, because he gets a couple hundred packets a day, and so yours stands out, right?
Exactly, we stand out because we check in, once a week. Like, well, why do you keep attacking my server? Yeah. And they're not tech savvy enough to understand what the logs mean. They'll see like, oh, we tried to grab robots.txt but returned an error. That means they're trying to attack us. I'm like, no, it's a standard. Here. But you can't reason with these people either, typically, because you're already the bad guy. So anything you say, they won't listen to you.
That sounds like it would be a good Instagram or Twitter thread that you should just keep up.
No, it's just depressing. It's just depressing. I don't need to provide any additional fodder for a security community to feel depressed or cynical. So no, I think I'll skip on that.
I had a student question for you. One of my students asked me to ask you this. The question was how, and I think I know the answer to this, but I'd rather hear it from you. How is Shodan different from Nmap?
Well, obviously, Shodan scans the whole internet.
Yeah.
And you don't need to do it yourself.
Yeah,
so Nmap is a tool that you need to actively run yourself.
Right.
So it's Nmap as a service.
Kind of. I mean, my initial way of explaining Shodan was we Nmap the whole internet, and you can search the database of results.
Well, yeah, that was essentially my answer, was that if you were using Nmap, it would just be you doing it, and you would have to manage it, and you would have to collect the data and analyze it, whereas this is a service that you can look at. But, I mean, at its At its bottom
Honestly,
level,
now it's changed over the years as well. For example, Shodan can scan IPv6 even if you don't have IPv6. We provide a real-time data feed so you can subscribe to things. It's more of a, platform versus a tool.
Right.
Nowadays. But fundamentally, I don't think it's that bad to say that Shodan is a very in simplistic way nmapping of the internet.
Yeah, but that's the tool. I mean, the real what Shodan really is a database.
Yes.
I mean, from a user perspective, I mean that
yes,
it's a database,
exactly.
whereas Nmap is just a tool. So it's very different. It's two very different things. They just use similar tools to do that, but the result.
And one is active.
Yeah,
exactly. If you run Nmap, you're actively sending traffic to the target network. If you're using Shodan, you're not.
Right.
It's all passive.
And John, you've written your own software to do that scanning, not using other tools. Yeah.
Yes, we never used Nmap, but Nmap is amazing. We love Nmap. I actually feel Nmap gets a bad rep in the security community. They feel like it's too slow. You just don't know how to use it. Nmap can be very fast. It's really well written. So,
but I can just let you do that for me. So,
I mean, it's a different use case.
Yeah.
Plus, you can run Nmap internally. You can't.
Well, yeah, I mean, I love Nmap too, and I mean, I've been using those tools since it was called Satan way back when, and it's I mean, I built Satan out back in like the early '90s or something when it was first.
Oh, really? I didn't know you were leaving. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, and it was. I mean, I didn't make Satan.
That was more of a vulnerability scanner.
No, it was an engine for port scanning.
Yeah, that was Dan Farmer. We interviewed him on the show. Yeah, but that begs a question for you, John. Like, where do you draw the line as to what you discover? Like, do you discover a vulnerability, or is it just a condition? Like, I'm sure you walk that line every day as to how much data you can collect and what crosses the line and what doesn't.
I mean, we just had to walk it with Log4j, right? This past week or so. So we have very basic rules that we can't collect any intellectual property. We can't do anything invasive. We can't do anything that circumvents any security measures that an organization has deployed. And we don't check for default credentials. So we can't authenticate. We don't do anything like that. And so we only check for, I think, around 20 vulnerabilities actively.
I'm sorry.
We check for ticket bleed, heart bleed, stuff like that we can do without being too invasive. Like with Heartbleed, we can do a very tiny buffer overrun, not enough to actually leak any intellectual property or private data. But yeah, for the most part, most of the vulnerability data that Shodan attaches to the banners is implied from the metadata.
I gotcha.
And we didn't want to do it initially because, well, I didn't want to do it initially. Because I was worried about false positives. I still have nightmares from Nessus reports. But we had, the customer who was like, we would really like you to add this. I'm like, are you sure? And like, yeah, please add this. I'm like, okay. And so we just add a caveat. In the banners, we will actually say this is unverified. So if you look at the raw data, we make it clear everywhere. But
so you're deriving a vulnerability based on the data that was presented back to you when you scanned said service.
Yes. We talked to the web service like, hey, which version of Apache are you? This version. All right. These are all the CVEs that you could be vulnerable to. Depending on the software, it can lead to a lot of false positives. Like with IIS, it's like, oh, it's running IIS 6.0. Well, here's a giant list of potential issues. So in that case, it's not super helpful. And for our own services like Shodan Monitor, we don't send you a notification if we find an unverified vulnerability. We only send out notifications for verified issues. But yeah, if companies want to investigate and make sure nothing is insecure, they can do that. So
sometimes, though, the sheer presence of a device on the internet isn't necessarily a vulnerability, but it's a security condition, right? And
exactly.
I'm sure you've run into that more times than you
That's
probably
the better
count.
thing that most organizations use Shodan for, where this service should categorically not be online.
Right.
And that's really these sort of black and white issues. That's where we typically send notifications because there's no ambiguity. You should not have an industrial control system on the internet.
Yeah, like Telnet is exposed on your building automation system to the entire world.
Exactly.
So,
it's no brainer.
Yeah.
So those are the kind of things that we tell people about, not this could be, maybe, perhaps. No, we don't want to add to the noise that most organizations already get.
Like one of the examples you gave, John, was the clock with the punch card. I'm sure. I mean, you probably have thousands of stories, right, about stuff you found on the internet. It probably shouldn't be there.
Yeah, I mean, that's how Shodan got a lot of the news coverage early on. All the crazy shit that's out there, traffic lights, nuclear power plant. There was one. I'm assuming it was read-only access, but I didn't. I didn't share too much information.
Why would you make that assumption?
I don't. I was not in the know on that one after a certain point.
We're hoping
it's a honeypot
access, or it's a honeypot.
Yeah, okay. That was very frustrating. With the first few times I started sharing data about industrial control systems, you go to DEF CON and everybody is like, "Well, this is a honeypot," and you're like, "No, it's not. This is not a honeypot. We know what honeypots look like. It's not a honeypot."
Well, I mean, that's the next logical question. How do you have? So it sounds like you have honeypot detection in there, so you know how to fingerprint things that are honeypots. And what do you do?
Yeah.
Do you treat that data differently, or?
We do. So we purposely don't identify or tag officially the properly configured honeypots. Like if you buy a real PLC, you deploy it on a residential network, but it's not actually attached to any sort of live system, then we can't detect that, and that's a properly configured honeypot as far as we're concerned. But if you're running Conpot on AWS, we're not going to tag you as an ICS. We're going to tell everybody you're a honeypot. Because for us it's important, because a lot of people use Shodan to provide numbers on how exposed or how dangerous a certain issue is. And we don't want to provide news organizations with overinflated numbers. That's kind of a problem already in security, where everybody wants to have the biggest number possible and not the most accurate number possible. And so we're very weary about providing misleading numbers. And so we have honeypot detection, and I did a few talks about that. There's just really common mistakes that people make. I can go over a few of them. So first of all, don't deploy an ICS in the cloud. Right, that's an obvious no-go. Then, if you deploy a honeypot, it has to be properly configured the first time. You can't deploy a honeypot default configuration and then change it a week later, because we'll have picked it up in that 1 week time frame, and once it's been marked as a honeypot once, it's always a honeypot. So then you can't also use the same configuration over multiple IPs. If we see the same configuration over multiple IPs, you're a honeypot. Also, if you have 20 ports open, or we see a lot of people deploy honeypots that are very greedy. They want to listen on all the ports. They're going to be a MySQL database, and they're going to be a Siemens S7, and they're going to be just everything under the sun. And we're like, okay, well, this is just it's too much. It's too much, bro. Doesn't look real. Because we see the fingerprint of what a real ICS device typically looks like, and it's pretty easy to identify.
And so do you fingerprint the operating system then in that point, so you can pick up on those anomalies, right? Because like if it's running a Windows service, some kind of IoT device, and also a MySQL server, like that doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. So we can see, if the network stack, the responses are different across the ports, which could indicate that there's actually a different OS behind it.
Right. Or
if it's all the same.
So would that let you determine port forwarding as well? Because you're going to fingerprint that potential as a firewall. Does it go to that level? Like, I think this device responding as a firewall that's port forwarding?
We do have some of that, yes. Yeah.
You guys have done a lot of amazing work just in having this conversation of like determining what's out there. Like, I think many people think, Shodan, like John stood up Nmap in the cloud and is scanning the whole internet and spitting back the results. But what you're telling me now is like it's very fine tuned to detect all of these different conditions for accurate results.
We've done it for a living for more than a decade now, so I hope that we would have actually, kept improving it.
It's awesome.
So my question was, when you started out thinking about all the different things you'd have to fingerprint and differentiate versus now, is it even, how many orders of magnitude do you think difference it is looking back 10 years? And would you have started it had you known that?
You mean, would I have started Shodan? No.
I said, I had two questions really. The first is, you figured out all these fingerprints and how to rule things into the right bucket, and I'm sure that was much bigger than you ever thought. And
Yes.
And then the second question is, looking back with everything you've done in the last 10 years, if you'd known that ahead of time, would you?
I mean, I never imagined IoT would be as big as it is now. I didn't see that. I really didn't expect. I mean, I expected the internet to grow and everything to get more connected, but internet connected toothbrushes. I didn't think that'd be a thing
on the internet, right? The number of different devices on the internet. If we go back to, we started talking about early 2000s and stuff. I don't think there's very many of us that thought that every single one of these devices would be on the internet and present different fingerprints, and you, John, and your team would have to start sorting that out, right? It sounds like that's a thorn in your side.
Well, it's a competitive advantage for us nowadays, because we've developed all these, fingerprints over the years, which just takes time. And we literally just go to Best Buy and buy all the latest stuff every time, and we're fingerprinted and figure out how it works.
That sounds like fun,
but
actually,
it is actually fun. There's a lot of it that's fun.
You still need to be
a lot of
fun,
weird surprises.
Yeah,
I remember I bought a Vizio TV, and I'm like, let me nmap it, and it's like it had the debug programming interface exposed. So I'm like, what the fuck? And then just a lot of really interesting discoveries that were made over the years. I remember the Samsung Smart Hub. Yeah, I nmapped it. Yeah, we use Nmap for fingerprinting device locally. Very nice. And we scan it, and I see this random Telnet port. And I'm like, what's this Telnet thing doing? And yeah, it's for QA to log in. And so I message, Samsung. I was like, hey, why do you have to sit here? And it's like, oh, well, don't worry about it. It's just, for QA. It's totally fine. But then I'm like, oh, well, you should probably close it down, or at least put something encrypted around this. And then eventually I find out that the person that added it had left the company, and so everybody else was just scared shitless of removing it. They're like, well, we've got the service running. Do we really want to remove it? And so what they did instead, they came back to me and was like, it's fixed. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. And I'm like, oh, really? So I get the update. I scan it again. They just moved the port. They just moved it somewhere. I'm like, oh. At that point, I was like, all right, I'm not going to keep talking with you guys, but
security through obscurity is normal, right? I mean, that's what we do. So, I mean, why don't you put a fun little factoid on the Shodan site? Like, did you know how many internet-enabled refrigerators we see every day? Or
adult toys?
So the one reason we don't do stuff like that is because I don't want to create a misleading picture. Every year you have stories about webcams on Fox News or something else, like, oh, look, all these webcams on the internet, insecure, and they always, webcams are easy because they create an immediate emotional reaction, because they show a picture of an elderly, being vulnerable, or a kid. But in terms of actual numbers, it's a very small number that are just completely exposed like that. I mean, most of them are exposed with default credentials, but we can't know for sure. I mean, we kind of know, but whatever. But there are other things that are much higher criticality, and so.
But a lot of
that's
stuff,
one of my,
a lot of stuff, John. Just to your point, when we talk about webcams, some of the stuff is there on purpose in public. Like, it's a public webcam in a public space, and sure, anyone can go see it, right? But like, how does that really impact anything? If it's
one of the craziest stories was somebody was browsing Shodan, and they found a webcam looking at an elderly person. And as they're watching that cam, somebody else, the caregiver, walked up and started assaulting the senior.
Wow.
And the guy was, he recorded everything. He shared it with us. We shared it with law enforcement. And it turns out the caregiver was the daughter of, the senior. And the daughter had set up the camera as part of a being able to watch her mom remotely while she's at work. So she purposely configured that webcam to be public, but she was caught on it assaulting, and so she was arrested and everything else. And it was just crazy to me that somebody happened to watch the camera at the exact time that this happened. It's just everything kind of lined up in a way where the abuse was caught live. But
So-
that's the
Are
exception,
there-
not the rule. I mean, good that
exactly, that's
someone caught
the
something.
absolute extreme.
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
one story in more than a decade
Mm.
of Shodan that we've had this kind of stuff. It's very rare. But
I was going to say, are there interesting integrations with historical analysis and the ability to look back on IP spaces, devices attached, vulnerabilities, kind of similar things to like what Census is doing? You guys have collected a substantial amount of data over the years. Like, is there that data being archived and analyzed from a historical standpoint so that there's metrics and insights available for companies in IP space?
Yes. So right now with Shodan Trends, you can go on the website and you can search by network range, and you can see all the ports that were on it over the years, vulnerabilities on it over the years. So you can browse that by yourself, using your membership account.
How far back does that go?
So right now we have it indexed, I think, to 2016. Yeah, 2016, I think.
Yeah, that's at the higher levels of membership.
So-
you can do all that. You can look back.
No,
and
basic
see
membership.
trends.
Basic membership. Basic
Oh,
membership.
really?
Oh, wow. Trends is part of basic membership?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And Trends is a relatively new thing, right, John?
Yeah, we launched it this year.
Mm.
I think in Q3. So there's limited. I think you can do 100 per month. But no, everybody can use it. So that's another thing. Shodan's always been used by the community, and we've always had smarter people using the platform. And as part of that, I've always tried to make sure that whenever we add new features, it's available to everybody. Not maybe in the same amounts, but the functionality is there for everybody. And if you're an individual, you probably don't need to do a ton of trend searching and things like that. So we've tried to have reasonable defaults depending on who's using it.
So Trends is kind of new this year. What do you see Shodan being in the next 3 to 5 years? Like, what is your ultimate goal? Where do you see your exit point? And like, this seems to be pretty fun and very useful to the community as a whole and the internet as a whole. Honestly, like a lot of people use this. So where do you kind of see the platform moving to?
I think it's funny you mentioned exit because that's such an American thing about startups and what's your exit strategy?
It is. What's your exit
It's like,
strategy?
are you gonna IPO? Are you gonna sell? Like, what are you gonna do? Like, what's wrong with having a business? Like, what's wrong with
That is
doing what
actually
you
an
enjoy?
exit strategy. That is one of
It's,
the 7 exit strategies. is
Best
to keep
answer
your business
ever, John.
running.
Yeah, it's a great answer, John.
love
It's
it.
true. It is.
love it.
Yeah, it's just funny to me. I grew up in Switzerland, and there everybody's very conservative when it comes to running
It's very
businesses.
Switzerland to
You
say.
make money by charging people, and then you grow stable. You don't take too many risks. You grow over time, and you just slowly, incrementally improve your product. That's it.
Yeah, that's very
it-
sweet, man. I don't know.
It's not I'm going to take over the world kind of thing. It's like we do one thing, we're going to try to do it really well, and that's it.
Are you entirely bootstrapped, John? You haven't taken like money or anything like that, right?
Entirely bootstrapped. Yeah.
Good for you.
Started off
Good for
with
you.
a Dell Vostro that I bought refurbished for $150. Ran Shodan out of my closet for the first 2 years.
Man, you need to
And,
write a book. I'm just saying, like, American companies would really benefit from
Yeah.
seeing some of the
I think
hard
it's great.
hard labor and like being able to do that bootstrap. That's hard to do.
I think it's easy if you start charging money. Yeah, that's one of the other pet peeves for me in the security industry, where everybody aims for the super enterprise. All these security companies, you have to go after the large, government contracts, multi-million enterprise deals, things like that. But there's a huge small, medium business, and even individual market that you can cater to. If you just offer, simple products at a reasonable price, and you can build a sustainable business around that. You don't have to go, with these Hail Mary plays all the time.
The same people
John,
that aren't going to hear you saying staying in business as an exit strategy aren't going to understand that philosophy either.
Yeah, no, and John, I love the philosophy in the strat. I think it's refreshing. Unfortunately, it's refreshing, right? Because I think too many people are, on that fast track of, taking money and doing that thing. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? But I think your
it's just
perspective,
different.
it's just different. But I mean, to your point of making, like, pricing it right for the market, making a great product that people adopt is all. And like, I can attest to that because like I'll sit here with my friends and we'll be like, I wonder what Shodan tells us about that. Because inevitably, like most of us have had the conversation, John, to your credit and your team's credit, of like, wait, is that on the internet? And like, oh, we'll go to Shodan. Everyone has like a paid account on Shodan, right? Because it's so useful, right? Because it's priced for us, it's targeted at us, and we're all like, yeah, I have a membership. Like, why don't you have a membership? Like, we all have a membership. We all pay for the service because it's within our price range and it provides value. And I think that's awesome.
Right. Nobody ever thinks it'll be in their price range, though. I get asked that all the time.
Yeah.
They're like, do you have access to Shodan? We'd like, and I'm like, what? You're like a multi-million-dollar company. I think you can afford Shodan.
Right. What is it for a basic account? The paid, I don't even remember. That's how
it's a one-time payment of $50.
One-time payment,
$49.
And that's every year, or is that life?
No,
that's lifetime.
That's lifetime. $50 lifetime.
Yeah.
Do you still do the Black Friday special?
No, we haven't done that recently. We did a special this year. So we do them randomly now. Because doing the Black Friday deals, there are some problems with it where it got abused. So now we do it
Not
randomly.
meaning to send you to dark places there. I appreciated it when I exercise it, but I could see a downside. So
we did a $4 special this year in March to celebrate reaching 4 million users.
Oh, congrats, man. That's awesome.
And,
bravo.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty excited. So we do things like that. We still do specials. We still try to make, I think $50 for a one-time fee is pretty affordable.
That's pretty affordable.
And we've added a lot of functionality over the years, and the prices stayed the same. So, I think obviously I'm biased, but I think it's a good deal.
No, I think it's a good deal. I'll back you up on that, John. Also, on like positive things that we're talking about, I think that many of us kind of get doom and gloom when it comes to security, especially with things exposed to the internet. Like, oh my God, we still have Telnet and SMB and RDP exposed to the internet. But as you analyze the data, what story does the data tell about what's exposed to the internet and what's not? Yeah,
that's actually really exciting. There's actually positive news for once. I know we don't get too much of it nowadays. But, with
we get Log4j
and everything else.
Right? Yeah.
But for example, Telnet is decreasing on internet. It has been for a while now. In industrial control systems, many vendors have gotten better. Responding and taking things offline. SMB's improved. Like a lot of these protocols that have problems, the vendors, they're taking it seriously. They're fixing shit. Redis, MongoDB. MongoDB was the poster child of MongoDB, web scale, blah, 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 blah. They have good defaults now. They have good defaults. They have all the security functionality documented, enabled. It's great. So there's really a lot of success stories if you actually look at the data and don't, listen to the news all the time.
But I like to think that you and your team and Shodan are partly responsible for that, John. Because you're bringing that information to all of us. All your 4 million users are going, wait, I got to Telnet server exposed. Like, can we take that down? Like, that really shouldn't be exposed to the internet. And they're taking action on those results. Is that, in your opinion, like contributing to this positive aspect?
I think so. I also say that because we have vendors reaching out to us with exactly that. Where it's like somebody posted on a forum about Shodan and our product being exposed. What are we doing? And then we have conversations with them. And the vendors nowadays are so much better than 10 years ago. I remember before we added Siemens S7 crawling, I tried reaching out to Siemens and talking with their engineers about it. And their engineers were just like, no, nobody would ever misconfigure this. This is like, how dare you? How dare you suggest that these things could be on the internet? They would take it very personal. But nowadays, I think so many organizations have been compromised, quite frankly, over the years. There's not as much of a stigma associated with that anymore. and there's so many security issues all the time. So again, it's not as bad to have some in your own product. It's kind of, group therapy thing. So just talking to vendors about these problems has become easier from our perspective.
But also, I think I don't want to expose stuff to the internet because it's going to end up in Shodan. There is that.
I mean, that's part of it too. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure that's part of the calculus.
Yeah, because it levels the playing field. I mean, before Shodan, if you put something up on the internet, you're like, well, someone would have to find it, or someone would have to go through their own process of time and resources to scanning the own internet, the whole internet. Now you do that for it, and you make that data available. So now it's like get your house in order, or someone's going to find it more easily.
I would say that Shodan has raised awareness for that technical capability.
Mm-hmm.
So even before Shodan, people were scanning the whole internet with botnets.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, but just data was not publicly available. And so now having it publicly available makes it clear that this is data that can be collected at scale. Whereas before, unless you were, working in computer security full time, you probably weren't aware of this happening at all. So I would probably rephrase it more in a way that we're raising awareness for exposed devices and the technical capability of being able to detect that across the internet, and less that because of Shodan you can find them.
But it mainstreamed a lot of that too, and when it mainstreams it means people see it on the news, and they even if they don't know what it is, they say, what is this Shodan thing, and what are they scanning us with it? And you're like, yeah, they're scanning you with it. And they're like, well, you think our company's in there? I'm like, do you have stuff exposed to the internet? And they start asking the right questions, and when the questions come from that side of the house, they tend to respond better than when it's some techno person trying to explain that Telnet sucks, and they're like, what's Telnet? Why does it suck? It's just a bunch of nerds fooling around in the basement somewhere. And you're going, no, it's not. It's like whole nation states looking for this stuff. But when they see it in the news, and they see it on mainstream news, and it's in the New York Times, they go, what is it? And are we in it? And you're like, yes, you're in it. And you need to do something about this. And then they
having top-down buy-in is huge.
Oh, yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah.
I mean,
I think security people have gotten better at doing that as well.
Yeah.
Over the years.
When we were getting calls years ago, it was always, it's a bunch of nerds in the basement somewhere. But now it's more when it's coming from the C-suite and they're asking those questions. Then when you answer them, they actually listen instead of when you're telling them.
In different verticals, it can present different challenges, sometimes more challenging, like universities, right? Doug works at a university. I used to work for a university. John, I think you also used to work for a university.
Yeah, me too.
Right. And it's interesting, like now that I think about it, I feel like the bad actors targeted universities. Like they didn't have to go scan the entire internet. Like if I just target universities, I know they want to be an open, free environment. They had a lot of big pipes to the internet. They had a lot of IP addresses and systems, and therefore like that's what I was targeting. And I still feel like we still have some of those struggles today in university. Have you looked at vertical specific instances in your data?
I mean, we see it just based on the number of organizations we've worked with, and when we break things down by ports or by service and things like that, we see that kind of stuff. And universities are very exposed for exactly the reasons that you mentioned. I remember when I worked at the university, we had everything firewalled, everything kind of locked down, but we got a request from a professor saying, hey, I can't share this data file with this other company, and you need to open Telnet for me. And we're like, no, we can't open Telnet for you. We can't open Telnet for you. And the professor got so pissed off, he kept escalating it higher and higher and higher. And eventually we had to open Telnet.
Yeah. Like the president of the university comes to you or your boss and says, you will do this, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And we're like, okay.
We've all been in that meeting.
Enough,
yep. Been in those meetings.
He was compromised, and he was hooked up to one of our supercomputers, and it was a mess. And I'm like,
I had a researcher like that once, and I was just like, okay, we're gonna open it, just Pax Vobiscum, and and you're on your own out there. We're gonna just isolate your whole little subnet, and don't call us, please.
Yeah, we
was
tried.
it the SGI supercomputers that look like a bench?
Cray.
It was a Cray. It was Cray.
It was
Cray. There wasn't
cool.
a bad actor that got onto the Cray at the university I was at, and was in there for a while. And the only reason they noticed that an attacker was in there was patches were being applied to the Cray mainframe, and the person was trying to like cover their tracks so no one else could get in. And because it was being patched, that's how he got discovered. Craziness.
Yeah. I've heard of stories like that. That's like the Ubiquity. Ubiquity devices, that's still going on. There's like a worm that keeps compromising them and patching them. So.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, Ubiquity's architecture is pretty open. It's all Linux-based. They're vulnerable to Log4j, like many others, not faulting them, right? But also I feel like people like to expose stuff like that, like their Ubiquity devices, like their webcams, to the internet for convenience. And that's certainly going to, continue.
But is that on the manufacturers, because that's a convenience issue for end users, right? But that's usually not the default, and that's usually there's applications or ways to do that now that is less like popping holes through ports on your firewall, doing port forwarding, all the traditional old school stuff we used to do that caused issues. There's APIs, there's web apps, and ways to do that now. So is some of this on the vendor, or is some of this just on legacy hardware that ends up living too long because it's an IoT device and is low cost to production and puts out on the internet and doesn't ever get replaced? Or are we at a point where it is just insecure and most of these IoT devices are just going to live on the internet because that's how end users are going to deploy them?
I mean, I like blaming the vendor.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. I'm just going to assume that the end user is not technically capable of securing their network or device. I think trying to go down that route is the ship has sailed. I think we've tried it long enough. That doesn't work. You can't provide documentation to help them secure their device. No, don't do that. No, the vendor has to do it. The vendor has to do the right thing and make sure that the devices are patched, deployed properly, secured, and hopefully they don't design it with planned obsolescence in mind. That's the other thing that's kind of frustrating about IoT, where a lot of these devices, the vendors create knowing that they want it replaced in 2 or 3 years. But people don't do that. They're not going to replace an IoT product that costs a few $100s every few years. It's expensive.
They're certainly not going to replace a printer.
No.
Like ever.
I mean,
However,
yeah,
you had some interesting thoughts, and like we've talked about, speaking of universities, right? I think that's when I really started getting into like printer security stuff, because when I was scanning my university network, I found a lot of printers, and we all have the stories where you scan a printer and it spits out like reams and reams of paper, because that was a thing. But like all these printers are out there, and like none of the protocols back then, maybe some of them now, required any kind of authentication. Like they were just out there. And if you connect to me, I'll do whatever you tell me to do over whatever communications protocol there is. However, like, have we seen serious security vulnerabilities and serious things happen to organizations from a printer?
In terms of PR, yes, but otherwise, no, not yet.
Yeah,
I think there are a lot of sort of untapped avenues that bad guys haven't needed to compromise yet.
Right.
I think they've been successful enough without doing that. But we've seen all these stories about people printing, Nazi propaganda or things like that on university networks, which in itself opens you up to a lot of liability. But that's a different topic. No, I haven't seen printers be compromised in a way that you think they could. And
still
most
a lot of printers.
will
still a lot of printers on the internet, though, John. Right? I mean, you've got the data set to prove that. Like, there's still.
There's lots on the internet. Yeah. There's tons on the internet. Like in my talk, one of the funny things I do is show which universities need their toner replaced.
Right. Yeah.
Because you grab the message from the printers, so you can kind of get your own ranking of like, if you worked at HP and wanted to sell paper or ink, here, have a list of universities.
You should publish a college guide so that people would know, like, when my daughter was looking at colleges, we were looking at, like, how often they clean the rooms and stuff to sort of evaluate, like, where's their budget sitting?
That'd be a good metric. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, so sort of like, university ranking based on printer replacement.
Who can't afford toner?
That'd be funny if nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah, those universities in the IPv6 space that they got allocated early on, like, even if they can use NAT or internal IP space, they still use external IP space. So it's often just the old way of configuring IP space and where it routes to from the internet to internal space that may be external space. So I don't know why it's always universities and stupid printers, but it is one of the few places that loves to have their printers exposed.
There's a lot of legacy, and they move very slowly. So they really don't want to break stuff unless
they paid good money for their Class B domain. They're going to use it. Damn it.
Well, they were in that space early, and in the early days, like when I was managing a network in the 90s, they had a flat network. It was completely exposed to when they first connected to the internet, and trying to get them to move away from that space is challenging because, like you say, they move really, really slowly. And when you go to Professor so-and-so and you tell them, I need you to replace this equipment, we're going to isolate this equipment, and they say, I FTP files back and forth between me and 2 other universities every single day. I can't close these ports. I'll lose my research funding. All they got to do is say, lose my research funding, and the upper levels of the university immediately go into full flame-out mode of, under no circumstances will this be touched and or messed with. And it just sits and sits and sits and sits.
And it hasn't been attacked yet, so...
Well, that's the other one, is it's like... But, I mean, why...
They know of.
Right.
Yeah, that's the other part, exactly. Do they have the funding to even properly monitor and identify issues locally?
You guys are all reminding me of a story in the late 90s, maybe early 2000s.
Oh, hey, it's Joff.
I worked at university as well. By the way, a wild Joff appeared. We got a call at my university, probably 2004, 5, somewhere around there, from FBI saying, "Hey guys, can you take these printers off the internet because they're attacking other people?" Right? And I don't know if you guys remember, especially you guys that have university experience. But there was a slew of attacks that were leveraging essentially TCP packet relaying, right? And in fact, it was involving FTP at the time, if I remember correctly, and using FTP port scanning ability and relaying traffic. And it was printers that were really, really vulnerable.
I remember that. I remember reading that paper, Joff, because I was working for university in that time as well.
Yeah. So. I also want to remind a couple of people that network address translation is an abomination, and you don't need network address translation to secure a network.
Agreed.
You can still secure a network without translating addresses. Translating addresses is in fact a bad thing, and it's an address conservation thing. It is not really a security feature, and I know I'm going to get flames for that, and I get flames for every time I say that, but it's the truth. You can have a stateful firewall without translating addresses.
So, yes.
We can't handle the truth.
As long as it doesn't show up on Shodan, like, you're good.
That's our main goal, is don't
show up on
Shodan.
The internet.
Show up on the internet. Shodan will find it.
I will buy the argument that there is an incremental, albeit very small, gain in a little bit of obscurity, but security by obscurity, as we all know, is not actually something that works.
But John, one of the closing questions, though, speaking of network security, can I exclude ranges to not show up in Shodan results, or do you want to take a snapshot of the internet and therefore you don't? I know some services, other commercial scanning services, advertise our scans will always come from this IP address range. That's not your model, right?
No, it's not. So we do also advertise our crawlers, so it's not difficult to identify if it's coming from Shodan. But otherwise, no. You can block us, but otherwise, no. And we're spread out across the globe, so we're not geographically biased. All these other things that we do. But yeah. So our goal is to get
I told somebody that 2 weeks ago. I said hiding from Shodan is not security, because they asked me that very question. They were like, "Is there a way to get Shodan to leave us out so we don't get reported on?" I was like, "That's not security."
I mean, no, just add a firewall route to block whitelist or whatever you want to do. Right? There's like a million things you can do. But I don't want to perpetuate this security by obscurity thing. And I feel like if we started excluding in Shodan, then we would just continue down that road. Just fix your shit. Right?
Yeah, lock the damn door.
I agree.
There's the bumper sticker. Fix your shit.
From Shodan. Yeah, that should
come
be.
on.
I wish it was that easy.
That'd be a great like sticker to print up for like conferences coming up, or just to have.
I would like to have that.
I would like to have a sticker that said "Fix your shit, Shodan."
Yeah.
I would like to have a conference coming up.
That would be great.
That'd be great.
No,
John, I just have 5 questions left for you. Are you ready to play 5 questions with Security Weekly?
Yay.
Okay.
3 words to describe yourself.
Internet cartographer, programmer.
If you were a serial killer, what would be your weapon of choice?
Bow and arrow.
If you wrote a book about yourself, what would the title be? Hawkeye.
Common sense.
What is your favorite hacker movie?
War games.
Choose 2 celebrities to be your parents.
alive, dead, fictional or otherwise.
Fictional or otherwise.
My parents. It's tough. That's being nerdy. Well, fictional as well.
Could be fictional, yes.
I mean Tony Stark.
Fantastic.
But, yeah,
Nice.
something like that. That'd be fun.
Just Tony Stark. He propagates himself.
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
he's gonna
you know.
just clone himself. So
Yeah, I was going to
I
say
think
he
that's
could be
enough.
anything, so I think that's a good answer, right? Just Tony.
Well, I
Just
mean,
Tony.
just Tony. I mean, he's got Jarvis, he's got Friday, he's got the
That's
AI.
definitive.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would give me my own assistant as well.
Yeah,
Wednesday.
you don't need it.
Oh,
You don't need
I love
it.
that. I
Yeah.
love that.
And
I
then,
like it.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Oh,
John,
That's
thank
the
you
best
so
answer
much.
I've ever
Yeah,
heard.
thank you so much for appearing on Paul Security Weekly.
Thank
it was
you for
great
having
chatting
me.
with you.
It's a lot of fun.
Up next, the security news for this week. Stay tuned. Qualys has brought together vulnerability management and patch management, letting security teams discover vulnerabilities and apply patches immediately, all within a single, unified app. Sign up for a free trial of Qualys VMDR, vulnerability management, detection, and response today at securityweekly.com/Qualys. Welcome back, everyone, to Paul's Security Weekly. Don't miss any of your favorite Security Weekly content. Visit securityweekly.com/subscribe. Subscribe to any of our podcast feeds. Have all those episodes downloaded right to your phone. You can also join our mailing list, Discord server. Follow us on our social media and streaming platforms. So over break, we're not doing any shows, but you can go to securityweekly.com/subscribe and check out all of the shows on our network, including Application Security Weekly, Enterprise Security Weekly, Security Weekly News, and so much more. Join us on January 20th to learn how to build your own security lab at home. Myself, Tyler Robinson, Mike Shima, Adrian Sanabria will be doing a live webinar on January 20th. You only need your name and email address, and I don't care if you lie, to attend this particular webcast. There are no sponsors. It's just myself and some of my illustrious hosts here on the Security Weekly Network to talk about how to build your own security lab at home. You can also check out our entire archive of on-demand webcasts available at securityweekly.com/on-demand. This is our last Paul Security Weekly of this year. We'll be taking the rest of the time off back in January. Tomorrow, we will be doing Enterprise Security Weekly. Doug, are you going to round out the news year on...
Aaron's doing it because I have a flight.
Aaron's doing it Thursday or Friday?
Thursday.
Tomorrow will be the last Security Weekly
Aaron.
News.
Yep.
Crazy Aaron.
Yeah.
You let Aaron run security news.
We find the craziest
for the
people.
Last one?
Doug and Aaron, we find the craziest people that do the news. Like, they are legit crazy people.
Yeah.
That's who does the news. That's what makes the news interesting. Have you seen it?
Tenureship.
It's crazy.
That's what it's called.
It's crazy.
Hey, wasn't Paul supposed to introduce me? Hey,
Paul,
Paul,
Joff is here. Joff is here with us. Joff does fabulous training as well, and I'm glad to have you here tonight, Joff. And you're not doing anything over holiday break, I would assume. Probably moving into next year to do some of you do regex training in other C2 communications, which is awesome.
That's right. No, I'm not doing anything over the break. Actually, we're taking a little bit of time off. It's been a busy year. Ooh, I got to check my schedule here to see when my next one is, and that would require some work. But yeah, we're continuing the training schedule. We've got lots of good things going on as usual with anti-Siphon Wild West Hack and Fest training. And when am I doing my next one? Oh, I got to look it up. Hang on.
I do like the format, though. I like you do half a day at a time. It's virtual, online, instructor-led. I think really that's the new way people want to consume training.
It is.
Yeah, so we do. Yeah, that's a good point. We do 4 hours a day, and I think it's a nice pace. And we do 4 days normally for most of the courses. And yeah, it works really good. And then we do pay what you can training,
which is amazing.
Which are just 1 day events normally. I suck. I'm not ready for this. But let's see. I'm going to try to find the calendar here.
Well, go to blackhillsinfosec.com, navigate to training, and it'll take you there. How about that?
You will totally get that. Yeah, I'm doing regular expressions again. There you go, on February the 16th.
Nice.
That's a little ways away. Look, I got to tell you, for my 1 day, the regular expressions class has become so much fun. And people really, really love it. It's just a 4-hour thing. I cover multiple things. Anywhere from Python, PowerShell, grep, sed, awk, you name it, and regular expressions fundamentals. So that's just a whole lot of fun. We had pretty good attendance at the last one I did last week. I think it was December, maybe the week before, December 14th. We had 60 or 70 people there. It was pretty good. And pay what you can, minimum $25, maximum $125. Because we ask if you're going to have your company sponsor, then try to contribute on the upper end of that scale.
Yeah.
But if you're an individual, $25, you get to spend $25 going out for beer or three, underneath. Right. So, yeah, there you go.
It's good stuff. I did want to talk about the greatest exploit in the world. I kind of got reminded of like Tenacious D. Like, this is the greatest song in the world, but it's a tribute to the greatest song in the world. You guys ever seen that? It's absolutely hilarious. Because I really did, and I think it was Sinan last week that came on and had actually read this article before I did. The Citizen Lab group sent the NSO malware. What was it called? The NSO malware.
Yeah.
They put a name to it.
Pegasus.
But they had another. It was another moniker. Where is the story?
Forced entity.
Forced entity?
Forced
entity, yes.
Forced entry? Forced what? Forced something.
Forced entity. As in forced entry.
As in forced entry.
FORCEDENTY.
Citizen Lab sent that to Google Project Zero, and Google Project Zero pulled it apart and then reported those vulnerabilities to Apple, the way I understood it. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And it's the Google article that you got to read.
Yeah.
Where is that? I'm having trouble.
If you want some very brain melding, thought provoking technical deep dives for sleeping.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is my story number 7.
Number 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
A deep dive.
It's my number 1, but my published the Security Week, which has the link to the Google article inside of it. But yes.
Forced entry. And so, I mean, I can't even begin to, like, how do you summarize this? This is just amazing in, let me try and summarize it right, like image and document processing. Like, it all stems from, like, I want to send Tyler a GIF of this funny little GIF, and it has to run in a loop, which means they need to do some kind of image processing in libraries and software in iOS, which steps outside of the sandbox. But the NSO group, this is really like a marvel in computer science, to be quite honest. Like, this is like the Endgame movie is to the Marvel MCUs we're talking about in Break. Like, this is really like the Endgame. Like, I'm in awe of the computer science that went behind, not to create like software, but this was like to create an exploit. I think it's it's got to be top 5 in terms of exploitation techniques, and what they did to figure out that the way compression libraries work with JBig2, and they created a Turing-complete algorithm from the compression algorithm, and then took advantage of that Turing-complete algorithm and wrote their own scripting language to get ultimately a zero-click exploit in iOS. It is a marvel of computer science. It really is.
It's like a magic bit inside of a library exploit, inside of a deserialization library vulnerability.
It's tough to put a label on it.
That executes outside of the sandbox, right?
It's tough to put a label on it. Just hearing you talk, Tyler, right? Like trying to put like because it's not just a deserialization bug, right? It's not just a sandbox bypass. It's all of those. I mean, the creativity that they had to have, first of all, to do this is just
zero click in general. Like, if you talk about exploitation and you start to think about, you just need to send something that gets rendered or ingested on a computer. That's why this log4j stuff is such a big deal, right?
Yes.
Like, outside of like all the hype and whatever, it is a big deal because of the way it ingests and the systems that it touches and processes on. Same thing for this. You're talking about something that doesn't have to be engaged with by any user and is a simple serial string that gets put on any phone that you have no control over the input validation and or rendering and processing of whatever is being sent. You're essentially utilizing the underlying technology and compute libraries that are processing whatever's coming in on the SMS protocol to the preview window protocol, to the library that's rendering the image with inside of that preview window protocol that's living inside of an SMS that's going all the way past a sandbox on a phone that is highly secure, which it's crazy how they found it.
I want to read this quote because I think it deserves some study and digestion. So JBig2, which is the image process compression library, I should say, that they're taking advantage of in this process. So JBig2 doesn't have scripting capabilities, but when combined with a vulnerability, it does have the ability to emulate circuits of arbitrary logic gates operating on arbitrary memory. So why not use that to build your own computer architecture and script it? That's what this exploit does. Using over 70,000 segment commands defining logic bit operations, they define a small computer architecture with features such as registers and full 64-bit adder and comparator, which they then use to search memory and perform arithmetic operations. That's, to get an exploit, that's amazing. Like, they basically
that's stunning.
abused vulnerabilities to create their own computer architecture and scripting language to gain code execution. That is, in my 16 years of doing this show, one of the most amazing ways I've ever seen to develop an exploit. It truly is. And I'm not just saying that. Like, it is.
That's APT. Like, when we start to talk about APT and we all like put these stupid labels on it, try and map them to some MITRE framework, and we really try and think of what APT, what nation state is doing at what level. Like, this is the level at which APT typically operates at. Yes, they don't always have to operate at this, and yes, they can utilize other frameworks and tool sets for lower end operations and pass off operations. All of that happens, but this is the level at which you're dealing with when you're talking about APT. So don't take a vendor and their blinky light box that says we protect against all these APTs. That's not always the case. You are dealing with something much more sophisticated. Know your threat landscape and know what the real threat is, because you're probably not going to survive something that is targeted from an APT group.
Yeah, like I like technology, and I like to use technology responsibly, knowing that there are inherent threats to the security of that particular technology. When I read about this particular technique, it just makes me want to go off grid. I'm like, we can all agree, like, iOS is more secure than Android in its fundamental architecture. Although in the Pixel 6, Google has done a much better job of providing a much better security architecture. And I was excited about that until I read this. And I was like, you know what? All bets are off. Like, we're screwed.
Yeah, don't become a journalist. Like, that's pretty easy.
So this technology was used to very much target journalists, to Tyler's point, right? And others as well. I think that use cases aside, I'm still just astonished at the technique.
Yeah.
And that this can't be the only team or group that's doing stuff like this. I don't think
it's 100% not.
And I don't think it's the norm, but I think it's significant enough that it perhaps changes the threat landscape and threat modeling that many of us do.
I think it's an illustration of how much research funding and effort that some groups are willing to put in, because it's one thing to see it written up as an article, as an end product once people have found it and analyzed it and done all the work. But can you just imagine for a minute? I mean, I can. How much research effort went into going down this path, and how much research effort, probably 99% of these paths were thrown away to be fruitless dead ends before they reached this one area where they're like, I think we've got it. I mean, this was probably years in the making, right?
Because this wasn't theoretical, because they went from the theoretical to the practical, which I think is also what sets this apart. Because many of us might have read the research paper that said, like, you look at JBig2, you could theoretically create your own Turing complete architecture and develop your own scripting language, and we all would have read that and go, hey, that's really cool research, but yeah, good luck making that work in practice. You read this and you go, oh wait, this was actually a very well working exploit that was, now you get into all the use cases where it was used, and we can all read about, in the popular press and Citizen Lab and many other outlets about how this was used. This is practice. But when
you start taking the resources that nation states direct at all sorts of different things, and you say, well, let's direct it at this kind of stuff.
Yep.
I mean, you can hire all the best people, and you can spend years and billions of dollars. I mean, they spend untold amounts of money trying to figure out a way to build a helicopter or something like that. So they just take that same model and they push it this direction, and then of course you're going to get crazy.
You get some of the smartest people with the right mindsets working on the same problem. And this, I believe you're right, Doug, is what some of the results are.
But it also highlights the fact that this will probably not be used on a regular citizen, right? Like, you don't want to burn this. You don't want this highly used and highly scrutinized. And you don't want this out in the general mass being looked at or picked up by, IPS's packet captures, ISPs, all of the things.
Right. Except it was now at this point it was.
But you shouldn't think that you're going to be a target. Like, the U.S. government is probably not utilizing something like this again. So you shouldn't go burn all your iPhones down and stop using web services because this is out there. That's probably not your threat profile or even risk profile. Even from at a high end, you're probably not one of the people that this is going to care about. So,
no, I agree.
But you wonder how many other ones are out there that you don't know about that are out there that they're being cooked up.
It's true.
Well,
but
Josh's cooking shit up all the time.
But to Tyler's point, while this is a part of your threat modeling, you're probably not the target of some.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
And I mean, I completely agree that they're not going to burn these things until they really, really need them, and they're going to hold them back as tight as they can because once they get exposed, they're not useful anymore. But yeah, if you're a target, watch out.
Mm-hmm. But I think it's worth saying though, that once some of this research is published and becomes publicly known, it will open up a family of vulnerabilities that are going to be further exploited because that initial huge effort of getting over the hill of that research has been done now. Now, there's going to be a lot of copying and attempt to mimic this in other areas with probably a good deal of success.
And purging those vulnerabilities takes a lot of time. I mean, when you've got all these vulnerabilities that are fundamental parts of this equipment, getting rid of them is not just as simple as saying, well, patch this. I mean, this is a very sophisticated thing, and it's got a lot of components and a lot of ins and outs, and it's not going to just happen overnight that you get rid of these things.
But Apple did fix this?
Yeah.
This has been fixed, right?
Yeah.
If you fixed it.
They did.
If you fixed
more
all that.
More or less.
Yeah.
More or less. Yeah.
So what I'm looking at is, for a number of years, we've talked about the advanced persistent threat, and have we seen the A-team yet? This exploit's kind of head and shoulders over what we've seen. And
this is
kind of cool to see
right?
where their abilities are.
It's like something that would come out of Lawrence Livermore or somewhere.
I mean, if it's not the A-team, I'm really afraid. I mean,
I think you could look at compare it to Stuxnet. Stuxnet was more of a glimpse into the A-team of the operations of what the malware was doing rather than how it got there in the exploitation techniques. To me, the exploitation techniques, even if there were zero days, right, that they used, to me, more of the marvel of Stuxnet was how it interacted to affect change in the real world, not so much like the actual exploitation technique, which changed, a few times.
The unattributable side of this and the nature of blatantness that, this is detectable. Mm-hmm. You, again, from an A-team standpoint, you talk about some of the nation states and, really critical operations. Even this would be outside of their purview and level of comfort for deployment. So, yes, this is definitely A-team material where they may use something like this, but this is commercial. Mm-hmm. There's a lot more red tape and a lot more considerations that go into some of the more sophisticated malware, such as Stuxnet. You see some of the level of scrutiny and use cases where they have to start to be more noisy, but even then, it is not at the level of this where it doesn't get that kind of scrutiny.
If this gets me, this particular exploit gets me, I'm honored. It's almost like that thing you see in samurai movies where they're fighting someone and they die by their sword, and they're like, I'm honored to have fought such an adversary that had a skill level, right? It's the same in mafia movies where they have to do a hit on someone and they're like, you pulled off this hit, and they're like, there's actually a story in the podcast Hour thing with Sammy the Bull Gravano where he has to do a hit on someone, And the mafia guy that they capture is kind of like, I'm actually really impressed that you pulled this hit off the way that you did, and I will comply and die honorably, and have you kill me. But like, he's like, I'm kind of really impressed that you got me. Like, they were in a mafia war. He was heavily protected, and he pulled off this hit, grabbed him in a van, and the whole thing, right? Like, that's kind of Felix Expo. Like, if you use this against me, I'm like, I'm kind of honored. Like, that, you got me, man. Like, that's amazing.
So not Log4j then.
No, Log4j. I mean, that's like, that's
You're not honored to be hit by Log4j.
No,
I have to tell you,
because that's your typical open source supply chain kind of attack that many people.
It is like the
found.
worst case possible. It is like the worst storm at the worst time in history across so many vendors that you literally, I don't know if you could have thought out something worse than like SolarWinds. We thought was pretty bad. This, I think, trumps
Much
SolarWinds.
worse.
No, I think it's worse.
Much worse.
But I also, I commend the Blue Mirror team for discovering, applying the WebSocket technique. My kind of attitude in thinking about the WebSocket technique is the WebSocket technique can be applied to really any web application vulnerability. The WebSocket technique is just a pivot point, right? Tyler, am I not like a...
I mean, Outlook Home homepage attack is a great example of
yes.
WebSockets is fucking everywhere and will cause shenanigans.
WebSocket is the catalyst for web application attacks. It makes
it's going to happen.
It's like it makes those remote code execution vulnerabilities, local privilege escalation in that realm with WebSockets, crap that's exposed to the internet. It can be local and you can access it via WebSockets. And again, I'm not knocking. The Blue Mirror team did a great write-up on it, and I commend them for pointing it out, and I think they deserve all the credit in the world. I just want people to think that like that's specific to Log4j. That's really like, and not, I shouldn't say many web application attacks you can pivot from WebSockets.
And I think you're right. I think this is just the start of what Log4j is kind of pivoting to. You look at all of the libraries and input ingestion fields or libraries that handle those input ingestions that deal with something like WebSockets, and all of the applications, appliances, vendors that utilize those. We're going to see more Log4j this year in whatever format, I think, than we'll ever see.
I would say it a slightly different way. First of all, we need to point out loudly to everybody that WebSockets are not constrained by same origin policy, which is
right.
a big deal.
Isn't that amazing? You wonder
that's a big deal.
Like, how is that ever a thing? Like, to me, that should have never been a thing from a security standpoint.
I mean, I don't know how we got from here to there,
right,
into that point, but the second major factor, and I've seen this in other software, and I've even found 0 days in pen testing from time to time, and that is in the area of Java object serialization and deserialization. If you attach Java object deserialization to a WebSocket, you're kind of standing in the street and dropping your pants.
Yep.
And it comes down to what Tyler was just saying. Doing very, very careful filtering at trust boundaries, and this is where serialization and deserialization is such a big deal, it's critically important. And I think the other thing that factors into this is in the world of Java, I have encountered, and I know plenty of other pen testers that have, applications which have multiple different versions of the same library code installed in the same application without any consistent versioning, without any. I mean, it's a nightmare.
Well, when you look at
look
at microservices architecture, you could have different components of your web application that are all running different versions, that are all packaged differently, and they're all talking over APIs, but they're essentially all iterations of different libraries that could have the same, maybe similar, or different vulnerabilities.
And not just Java though. Like we keep bringing this down to a level. I think we're micro analyzing what this is. Like you look at the macro side of this, like deserialization in general and input fields that talk back to logs, databases, rendering engines, all of the things that web applications, WebSockets actually interact with outside of even Java Like, this is going to be probably systemic, and this is something that we've seen, and we've, from a web app standpoint, like, we've been hammering on this for a while. Anything that gets serialized and deserialized, that's a problem and can be a risk. Now we're just going to see more and more things getting scrutinized because these libraries and integrations have not been heavily looked at, especially like open source is one, but then you start to look at some of the closed source things and where these applications are talking to and integrating with, not just integrating with their own software, but across vendors, across platforms, across services, across SaaS and single sign-on integrations.
Yeah.
This is a pretty bad day.
Yeah, trust boundary stuff, right? And it's the same old stuff. That's the sad part about it. It's another day. It's the same old trust boundary issue. We've seen it inside systems. We're now seeing it across systems. We're now seeing it across virtualized containers across systems. It's the same old problem, ultimately.
It's just like RMI, right? Like we were worried about RMI and deserialization a while. We've been abusing that for 5-6 years. Now we're seeing that deployed in containers, on platforms in SaaS, and back to logging and within libraries. Like, this is just something that is the next extension of whatever that is.
I think it paints a whole new light on input sanitization, because traditionally, I think security people and developers, we harp on input sanitization, but we look at you take that input and you're putting it in a database in that SQL injection, right? I think a lot of the exploitation vectors, you're putting that data in a log, or you're putting that data in an image manipulator. Like, whatever that back-end process is, you have to protect the data that's going into it. You have to sanitize that input, regardless of where the output is going, because it could quite frankly be where that output is being processed, some exploitation vector. Tyler, I thought you did a really good job of saying, like, that could be an image manipulation, that could be a database, or that could be a log. Like, that data is getting processed somewhere in the back end. It's not always a database.
But you're asking developers to do a thing that they haven't been asked to do.
It's a big ask, Doug.
I agree. Yes. My job as a developer forever and ever was make it work.
Yep.
And I say, well, here's a happy little tool I can use to make this thing work, like Log4j, and I stick it in my app. Well, all of a sudden, there's this mesh of stuff that's scattered all over the place, and you're basically asking this poor development team to try to evaluate and assess unbelievable numbers of things and understand how they all work together and make sure that they don't work together in any inappropriate ways. Right. And I mean, I'm not saying it's an ask that shouldn't be done. I'm just saying.
No, but like, you're asking developers to separate data and logic. But most developers are getting a library. It's whoever wrote that library that has to separate the data.
And that library may have a library inside of it, which may have more libraries inside of that. And all that stuff, when you dump that on the dev team and go, okay, you got to go through and analyze all this, and then, there's this other proprietary library over here that you're using that you can't even look inside of. And it just gets weird. And I mean, I can just imagine trying to deal with that, like when I was a developer, and like thinking, I got to make this work. It's due on Friday. And
look at the time, Doug. Can you just push that to production now?
Yeah, we bumped that up to a green, so it needs to be done in the next 24 hours. And I'm going, I can either try to go through all these libraries and deconstruct them and understand what they're doing, or I can just use them and hope they work okay.
I mean, or you could write it yourself.
Yeah, sure.
But that's why we have. But that's why we have libraries. That goes back to the origins of programming.
Yeah.
When I was reading the book "Hackers: Heroes of the Computer Revolution" by Stephen Levy, one of the first, it like kind of struck me in computer science history, sharing code and using libraries. And literally, they would write a program on punch cards, and then they would leave the punch cards in the drawer. Yeah. And if you needed to recreate that portion of your program, you would go to the drawer and get the punch cards out.
We did that all the time. Yes. I mean, we had folders of stuff that were subroutines, that were things that were done all the time, and you pulled all that stuff together. And I remember taking subroutines off of punch cards and putting them on tape, because we didn't need the punch cards anymore. And I'd take the punch card reader in the basement and make a tape out of it, and then feed that into my program. And so it was just we had these standard templates of stuff that had to happen, and nobody knew how a lot of that stuff worked. It was like, I mean, I had stuff, I don't know how it worked.
It's interesting. This isn't a new problem.
It isn't a new problem.
It's always the way we've developed software.
We were responsible for that. It was just, there was a big difference. Nobody could get to it. It was in a building. in a place. And nobody could get to that stuff. It was isolated, but it's not anymore. And so when I run these, but that same mentality is still there because we've been doing that same thing after it went from punch cards to tape to hard drives to flash drives to I got a folder, I got something on GitHub.
Funny, you don't learn in school when you're learning to write software how to necessarily do things securely, but what you are taught is to write things once and reuse it.
Yeah.
Like, that's like my first programming class I ever taught. They're like, hey, if you write some software, like, no need to write that every time. You make it a subroutine.
And
or
remember,
a library,
even if
or
it's
a
shit,
function,
if
or a
it
method.
works, it doesn't matter if it's shit as long as it works. Because if you go to your supervisor or your systems analyst and you say, this whole part here, we should probably rewrite this. It's kind of clunky. They're going to go, but it works, right? And you go, well, but it's kind of clunky.
You know what the interesting thing is in software architecture is once you task a developer to say, I want you to write this library function or method and spend a lot of time and think about it and make it work. And when it does, you see an increased adoption of that. Mm-hmm. And then so much other software depends on that that you're like, Doug, I did that on like a weekend, and like I had some really good ideas,
and I was drunk,
and I was drunk, and I wrote it, and like it works, and now all these people are using it, and I'm like, I don't know, and like our manager comes over and is like, well, that's awesome, it's working, like don't change it, because then we have to regression test.
I'm not giving you hours for going in and rebuilding all this stuff that already works, and we know it works,
and that's one of the ways we end up in the mess that we're in today.
Yes, it is.
And how much commercial software actually ends up that way because of that?
They do the exact same thing. I assure you they do. Because if you've got something and it's a library, it's like a print spooler. It works. Nobody wants to take the time to redo it and develop a new one and try to test that on a myriad of systems and platforms. So they just keep using the same one.
Yep.
Yeah. Speaking of Windows, like Log4j is pretty bad and all, but honestly, I don't think Log4j is as bad as the two Windows exploits that were released and modified this week.
Holy crap. Which one? So I've got ones that are...
I think it's your story 14.
Yeah, Active Directory bugs let hackers take over Windows domain controllers. 2021 42278 enables attacker to tamper with SAM account name attribute, which is used to log a user into systems in the Active Directory domain. 2021 42287 makes it possible to impersonate the domain controller.
Yep.
Effectively, it grants a bad actor with domain user credentials to gain access as a domain admin user. It's that last sentence there that really caught my attention.
It is effectively domain user to domain admin with very little visibility and within every environment Active Directory currently employed now.
Yeah.
So you can essentially request
So sorry, Tyler. It's the combination of those two vulnerabilities that allow me to go from domain user to domain admin.
Yes, it's the combination of the two, but they are two separate issues. The combination of the two allows the full path to happen. Essentially, what you're doing is you're able to change an attribute for the SAM account name, which is kind of the simple name within inside of Active Directory. You're able to add or change a SAM account computer object. So any user can typically, by default, change this attribute on a computer object
what
is
a SAM account?
To it.
The SAM acronym has been in like Windows architecture forever, right? That's what does that stand for? It's been so long since I've done Windows stuff.
The same account name is SAM.
Yep.
So your same account name is like the simple name within inside of Active Directory. SAM
that represents a user or computer object.
It's like a hash, right? That represents an object.
It's like an object ID.
It's any object within inside of Active Directory, right? Like this can be so SAM account name is kind of the same account name for usually user account objects and computer account objects. In this case, it's for backwards compatibility in Windows NT 95, 98.
Yeah, like it has deep roots.
It's part of LAN manager. If you think of LAN man hashes, this same account name SAM account is an attribute that applies to Active Directory for backwards compatibility. You're able to manipulate this name, put a $ hash within it, and any user can utilize this. But essentially, you can enumerate the domain controllers, figure out what the name is, change the SAM account name to a domain controller with a $, make a ticket, request a ticket granting ticket from the domain controller, get back that ticket granting ticket, revert the changes to the SAM account name, and then pass that ticket so that it gets signed saying, hey, this was signed by the domain controller, and you can utilize that to then have a ticket that is parsed and valid without the validation of whether that came from the domain controller or that was requested by a user. And so you can utilize this to forge tickets and then do something like
you inject a server essentially.
So you get a domain, you get a ticket that gives you domain admin. As
it says this is a valid server in this Active Directory domain.
A domain controller. You're essentially impersonating a domain controller.
And then that updates. So because it sees that as valid, it's going to pass along all the information to it.
Because it does. It's almost like a DLL environment variable path thing. So it looks through and says, okay, hey, this ticket doesn't have this field for the computer name, but it has a SAM account name, which is the DC. So therefore, it is the DC that sent this, and that's a valid ticket granting ticket. It needs to be signed now.
Right. That's awesome.
So yeah,
that
very,
is
very
that is scary.
Once again, you can die with honor.
Yep.
Yeah, at any point, anybody that has access to Active Directory right now, like if you're a low-level malicious adversary, you've only had this user account and you're trying to figure out how to elevate privileges, escalate, laterally move. You don't have to do any of that now. You can just go straight to domain admin. So any presence inside of any network right now provides you domain administrator.
It doesn't matter whether my AD is in Tyler. It doesn't matter if my AD is local or it's Azure AD. It's all the same.
Yep.
Doesn't matter
in this case, right?
Yep.
Sweet. I've got a thing coming up in January. Just asking for a friend. I'm going to get that POC tool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nice.
It's available and rolled into many tools now too. So bad day.
That could be a good day for me in January.
Sort of related to Log4j and sort of related to the NSO exploit, right? The Chinese government suspends a deal with Alibaba for not sharing Log4j 0-day with the government.
That's amazing. That's hilarious.
This is really scary. I mean, we talked about a zero-click exploit in iOS, which is scary. Log4j in itself is scary. This is really freaking scary, actually, because basically what the Chinese government is saying is, if you find a vulnerability, you got to report it to us first. And the Chinese government's only going to use that for good, right? Maybe for the good of the Chinese government in the Chinese
it shows
country,
the level of influence that the Chinese government has, right? Like the level of influence they have over companies and their ability to put pressure on them to disclose things prior to it being fixed, patched, or even disclosed to the public. It goes pretty deep, and people don't realize our Western mind has a hard time grasping the concept of the state and state first and country first from a communist standpoint, and the ability for them to control even business at this level. So we really have to adapt our brain to understand this.
So this says, Tyler, this move also comes months after the Chinese government issued new stricter vulnerability disclosure regulations that mandate software and networking vendors affected with critical flaws to disclose them firsthand to the government authorities mandatorily. I mean, what that means is
don't use anything Chinese.
Right? If you're in China, if you're a Chinese citizen, Chinese company, if you find a vulnerability, it sounds like in anything, doesn't have to be Chinese software. You find a vulnerability in anything, right? Log4j was not Chinese software. That was open source software by the Apache Foundation. You find a vulnerability in anything, you are mandated by the government to disclose that to the Chinese government first.
Yes.
Holy shit, is that scary?
Yeah. They passed that last month, and I mean, they're basically, I think it was last month, and they're basically saying, yeah, you have to tell us so we can take advantage of it before you disclose it.
That may be one of the scariest things put out there by a government.
I agree.
You think about that from our side, okay, we ban, Howie or whatever it's called. We start to ban these Chinese products. That doesn't include integrators. That doesn't include chips. That doesn't include things that researchers in China find that have to be disclosed to the government first. That puts everything at risk. And now, like, China's been a huge threat. This just mandates all of the research and intellectual capability that China has into a function of the government that is super terrifying.
What do you think happens to the person that finds a vulnerability and doesn't report it to the Chinese government first? Right?
They disappear.
Can you say Uyghur-stan?
You go bye-bye.
You end up working in a radioactive tractor factory in Uyghur-stan.
Yeah.
That's probably right.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky, yeah. If you're not lucky,
I was going to say, that's if you have
transfer
some pool.
They just take you to that maximum security prison I drove past that time. It's like, where you do the hard labor until you die.
No, they put you in Wuhan, and they put you at one of those landfills, and you are cleaning up material that shouldn't be in Wuhan.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what they've effectively done is just put all their decent security researchers on the government payroll. I mean, that's effectively what's happened here, right?
Yeah, I mean, they've created a bug bounty. It's a bug bounty, but there's no bounty
for the government.
Yeah, there's no bounty.
Yeah.
I don't think they're compensating you for that.
I'm not going to lie with their approach. Like, honestly, it's from, if I was running a nation state, like
a totalitarian government like China, why wouldn't you do that?
Well, exactly. When Tyler and I open up our town called Cyberville, that's the way we would do it.
That's how I would run it.
Makes sense.
But ours is going to be a benevolent dictatorship.
Of course you are.
Of course.
Yeah.
I can see big 30-foot tall pictures of Joff everywhere. And
it's such a sharp contrast to how the U.S. works, right? Like, I've literally been in meetings where research teams have found vulnerabilities, and like owners of the company have been like, so like, what do you want to do with it? Like, you want to sell it? Like, you want all the credit for it? Like, what do you want to do with it? Like, ultimate like freedom and choice to be like, how do you want to do this? Like, you did all the work to find this vulnerability, so
that's so American, though,
right? Like, let's talk about how we want to deal with it, right? Versus China, where it's like, if you find something, you got to report it to the government. Like, no other option. It is what it is.
So do these vulnerabilities end up living longer because no one wants to report it and deal with the government bureaucracy of ending up in the limelight of something and having to then produce later on? Or not say anything because they don't want the government to have it and use it for evil, but they don't want to report it and get disclosed. So do these vulnerabilities just live?
I mean, I think I could definitely see. I mean, that's almost a Sovietsky kind of thing, where you're like, you didn't see this vulnerability didn't exist. We're going to pretend we never noticed it because nobody wants to draw that spotlight over in their direction.
It's Mussolini all over, man.
So in China, you would have to weigh all the outcomes of this to decide, do we see it or do we not see it? Because if we don't see it, then we didn't report it. But if we do report it, it's going to be, and is it our fault? And the government's going to come down on us for that. So there's going to be all this sort of weighing of whether these things should be disclosed or not. And it's
Schrodinger's box for vulnerability.
It is
like bounties,
right? Because it's going to get caught in the wild, and you're going to be like, oh wait, like,
we didn't know
China had this 0 day. Like, how long have they had that? What did they use it for?
And then do you get killed later for not finding that and discovering it beforehand?
Well, that's the way. That's the weighing part I'm talking about. So you have to weigh, like, will I be killed now or will I be killed later? What's the upside? Do I get something good for reporting this, or am I going to get shot in the head? Or later because you didn't disclose it. So it's going to be and then that turns into how much juice do the people that run your company have?
Right. If it's Huawei, like, you're
because then the government can just hang on to that and wait for that day when you cross somebody and they go, "Oh, you should have disclosed this. Now you're out." And then it's
ultimate leverage. It's a power play. It's a huge power play.
It's the most complicated chess game there ever was.
Right.
Well, look, here's the only thing I hope. I hope that some very smart people in various agencies of the U.S. government are paying attention, because you talk about something that should force us to break the supply chain in several areas. This is it.
Yes.
Right. This is absolutely it. I mean, we should like snip the cord on many things, and we probably have already. There's just not things that are necessarily public, but I suspect there will be things that'll come out public.
I mean, there are there are manufacturers of chips and hardware that only make it for the U.S. government. I believe correct me if I'm wrong, that does exist today. We do have the ability to manufacture our own computer chips and hardware. Largely, those are, I think, almost 100% contracted by the U.S. military and government. Is that true? Tyler's shaking his head, yes.
At scale, yes.
Mm-hmm.
At the level at which R&D happens and is mass produced to general public, no.
Yes, it's for the U.S.
that's the issue.
And then somebody brings a Wi-Fi enabled fire extinguisher on the base, and then all bets are off. So,
but we do
There's
have
that.
we do have those capabilities, but they only service U.S. military. Am I getting that right? From what I understand.
I would say certain U.S. military applications, right? Like you
Right.
talk about like a chip in an F whatever bomber is the latest or drone. Yeah, most of those are produced inside of a supply chain that's controlled by the government or certified. I wouldn't necessarily say it's all in the U.S.
Be awesome to have a government program that is kind of sponsored by the companies doing that for the U.S. military to go like, here's how you manufacture chips. Like, let's start doing this in our own country, right? And
so
rather
you
than
run into
farming,
political issues
yeah.
With that, right? Like the problem with this goes back to things like vaccines, right? Like all of the prescription RX, like the mass production of those is handled out of India. Most of those are subsidized in India, shipped under name brand to the U.S. The non-name brand is subsidized to low poverty companies under different names in India and given out to even more rural populations underneath of other brands. So you end up with this political thing of, hey, if you take away and move your production of prescriptions to, say, something like the U.S. only or Puerto Rico, where we have mass RX production, and take it out of India, are you saying you're not going to help the third world and you're now cutting off supplies for vital prescriptions to third world countries, even though we've found that most of the prescriptions are being tainted, sliced, ineffective because they're not producing at a high quantity or high quality value as they're supposed to for quality, and we can't get inspections because they're outside the U.S. So we're trying to bring those in country, but we're also losing a political battle of, killing the rest of the world because we're not keeping it at a place that can subsidize it later from the production of where we're doing it. So there's a lot of political games being played, not just in chips, but you talk about prescription, vaccine, high-tech manufacturing, rare earth metal mining. All of these things come into play at a geopolitical standpoint that is well outside of just, hey, we need to be able to produce this and manage this in-house.
Yeah, because you still need to source the raw
my open
materials from
question,
somewhere, too. That's a great point, Tyler, right? Go ahead, Jeff.
My open question is this, right? Assuming that there is a split in semiconductor manufacturer already, where there are certain suppliers that are only allowed to supply high security agencies in the U.S. government, and the consumer market is still fed by China, which I think that's the way it is.
Yeah, agreed.
How soon is the corporate sector going to say, well, wait, we're buying largely off of the consumer market, and we're seeing this news out of China. We don't want to do that anymore. And that's going to actually raise the issue where
Those
people are
are
going to say, well,
board meetings that happen at Apple, right? And I've heard other podcasts talking about that. And I don't know how much this is true. I was listening to Joe Rogan, and there seems to be some evidence that their manufacturing plants in China, where the working conditions are so poor that workers will jump from the window and try and fall to their death. And their solution to that was to put nets in. So like Apple kind of sits in their boardroom and is like, well, we only use factories that have nets. And I'm like, this is not like a moral discussion that I would want to be having as an Apple board member, right? Like there are deplorable working conditions in these factories in China. But to Tyler, to your point, like there's so much that goes into that. Yeah, then you miss your number.
Do you miss your production numbers?
Oh,
do you miss the holiday season of whatever the latest design is and your board's expectation of revenue in order to make those moves? Those are slow moves that happen.
Right.
And it's not just a slow move from a production standpoint. It's a slow move from your ability to geopolitically handle it, move those productions, and have processes in place to move a large organization to
Joe
the
Rogan,
point where to do
Joe
that.
Rogan what Joe Rogan was suggesting along these lines, and this is just creative thinking. I don't know, I agree with it if it would work, But he's like, have the U.S. made phone that's like $2,000 and have the Chinese made phone, which is like $800, right? So like if you really want to support the U.S., you buy the $2,000
That's what they do with
phone,
guitars.
right? But at some other industries,
But
to your
no,
point,
I
they
mean,
do that.
if you go like almost all the big guitar manufacturers, they have like a Gibson guitar that's made in the United States. It costs like $4,000.
Sure.
They have another version of it that's made in Korea or somewhere that costs like $2,000, and they have a Chinese made version of it that costs like $1,000.
Yeah.
And it does let the consumers decide what they're willing to accept.
And
I
what does
think
it mean for us
that's-
in the pen testing industry?
That all supply chains are tainted, and we're all going to have to deal with this for the next 10 years because there's not a geopolitical stance that we can combat with a technological problem. This is human.
I agree.
Let me put it a different way. The system that I'm talking on right now is compromised.
Yes.
100%. In one sense or another, like all communications have been broken to an extent. All applications and or platforms are being monitored from one extent to the another. Like it's whether or not your threat vector and threat profile is warranted of a caliber that they're going to do anything with it and or be able to analyze the data in a meaningful manner to, produce meaningful and actionable intelligence.
Right. Compromised at a very low level. I'll even rephrase that, right? As at a firmware level.
I would say at a cable level. Like
Yeah.
So, I mean,
cables,
that means
firmware,
China knows what kind of porn you watch, Joff. Just throwing that out
They
there.
do.
Oh, well, good luck to them.
No one else wants to see that. But some other getting back into physical pen testing, which is kind of interesting. We did talk about. I don't know how much of it was on air, but I don't think we talked about this on air. There's a grade 1 physical lock from Schlag. Did I say that right?
Schlag.
Schlag.
It's just
Schlag.
Schlag. However you say that. Grade 1's $400. It's the OC 100. They get that right?
It's the CO 100.
CO 100. Sorry, CO 100's $400 retail. If you read through this entire long Bloomberg article, which makes a few different deviations, basically talks about all these like lock pickers that have these YouTube channels and are very famous in like Reddit forums and stuff like that, which I'm not knocking what these people do. Whoever wrote the article was very verbose and took it in all different directions. Basically, a security researcher got hold of one of these $400 high-grade security locks, and after 2 hours, realized they could modify a zip tie to be inserted into the drain hole plug. Right, because these locks are rated like you can leave them outside. I think it survives up to 5 minutes with a metal grinder. Like something like the ratings are like ridiculous, right? And that may not sound like a big deal. Like, I can spend, like, you have to sit there with a noisy mechanical tool
Sparks
that's
going
emitting
everywhere.
sparks flying everywhere for 5 minutes to cut through it. Like, someone is going to, 5 minutes is a lot longer than you think when you're trying to breach
That's like an hour
physically.
safe, honestly. That's a pretty big comparison. You look at that from a lock standpoint. That's like an hour fire safe.
Like, if someone's going to steal my bike, like, 5 minutes is a long time with a power tool to be sitting there to like steal or get into a door, right? So that's how these locks are touted. But within a few seconds, he's got this homemade little zip tie thing that goes in and pulls the mechanism. In electronic locks, there's a mechanism, right, that can make it go unlocked, right?
It's a vulnerability in almost all electronic locks, and this is something like the drain plug vulnerability is not something new, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, Deviant was saying that before the show, right? Like, the drain plug is necessary because this relates to me because I've got some locks on a lot of my outdoor facilities at my house, right? And if you buy, I balance that usability versus security. And sometimes you buy a lock and I put it on there, and like a couple of weeks, the thing's like rusted out, and I got to replace it. And I'm like, that was great because it had a keypad or it had the rolling keypad kind of thing,
cylinder,
the cylinder, right, with the code. I'm like, it's great. I don't have to carry a key around. So practically, carrying a key is a pain in the ass because you lose a key, the key is in a different location or whatever. I need to go to my shed, I need to get in, but the lock I bought isn't rated for outdoors, right? So the drain hole is a thing, but this was bypassed pretty easily. I guess Schlag fixed it, but still, it's a pretty good article.
Yeah, it's a common vulnerability in most of these, and the drain plug attack is not new by any means, which is funny. It's still in here. But you look at something like a safe, right? You have to have power to the keypad. If you look at the electronic safes, they're almost all vulnerable to some form of solenoid abuse, some form of power reading abuse, where the power has to be externally be available in case the power dies to it. You got to hook an external battery so you can read up-down voltages. All of these things are usability, functionality, and the ability for the user to gain access to this should something go wrong. So again, nothing new here, unless you're talking about something like one of Medco's locks. These vulnerabilities are going to exist in most of the electronic locks, most of any of the padlocks, or you look at any master locks. There's always a bypass available. You watch any YouTube channel, follow any of the lock picks. Like, there's ways to get around most systems, unless you're spending an exorbitant amount of money on physical security. There's ways around this. You even look at biometrics. Like, we can easily bypass that because of the back-end backhaul data that's transmitting over a legacy protocol like Wiegand that can be intercepted and relayed, replayed, and or intercepted.
But also,
like,
in my case too,
susceptible.
In my case too, Tyler, and in a lot of other situations, I'm sure you've seen that the lock is attached to something else that is more easily bypassed and or cut than the lock itself, which is an interesting security. In other words, I've got a chain that I can cut with my bolt cutters, right? But the lock takes me 5 minutes with an angle grinder. Like, I'm going for the path of least resistance in physical security.
Or the chain link that's like 2 feet next to all that doesn't leave a hole, right? You can zip tie chain link 5 feet from the gate and nip that with a set of $5 nippers.
Yeah, it's the weakest link. It's the same thing in a pen test. How do I get domain admin? Oh, this new exploit is the weakest link, right? It's like, what's the weakest link in the physical security? Yep.
One of my takeaways from the first time I heard Deviant talk was he says, yeah, I know lockpicking and I can teach you how to lockpick, but these days you don't need it because the weakest link isn't the lock. It's the badly fit things around it, so you can pop the door open.
You know what's funny?
The window.
Well, you know what's funny? So Christmas Eve, right? My brother-in-law rents the space in his apartment complex for us to have a party, and they don't want you messing with the thermostat. So they've got that plastic housing,
right,
with the lock on it, right?
Right.
And so the first time I walked up to it, I'm like, I'm gonna use my lock picking skills, and I picked the lock, right? And then I don't know if I like.
Then there's a hole cut in it, and you could put a paperclip in and push the button.
Why didn't you just stick a plastic knife through the slot and adjust it?
So there's the thing, right? Like, after the first time I picked it, I don't know if I wore down something. It was harder to pick the second time because I wanted to relock it to show that I was never there and not damage anything. And I'm like, I can't pick it the second time. I'm like, but if I just bend the plastic a little bit, like, I can totally open it, right? Like, I might need a tool to just bend the plastic just enough so that the latch doesn't really latch anymore, and I can just lift it up. And I'm like, and again, imagine that.
That goes back to Deviant's point. Like, all the engagements I've done with Deviant, like even the engagements we've done, like, outside the country, majorly secure organizations, very high, like armed guards, the whole 9 yards. Like, all of these, typically we're doing these within a suit. I've got a nice tie on, nice suit, blending in. I have very limited gear on me. I'm utilizing something like a piece of paper under my armpit to get past the entry point. I'm using things like whatever I can find in the garbage as far as a piece of plastic to use as, a shove stick or any form of bypass tool. We're not leveraging lockpicks or sophisticated gear.
And you know what's amazing, Tyler?
The most sophisticated gear is ESP key.
Tyler, you're amazing at lockpicking. Deviant has taught tons of people about lockpicking. He's the lockpicking expert. And what you're saying is when you guys go on physical pen tests together, you don't often use lockpicking, and you're two of the best lockpickers that I know. Which is just
we still
astonishing
golf carts and drive around in them.
Right.
Because, the keys are in there.
So true. The other thing, along these lines, right, bypassing metal detectors, which I thought was interesting because I was like, oh, there
This
must
one's
be.
awesome.
But I was thinking of it like like you were saying, Tyler, you're on with Deviant, you're doing a physical pen test, and you're finding stuff in the trash or laying around to like get into something. I'm like, there must be some kind of physical mechanism, something I put on my person that hacks the metal detector. This is almost the complete opposite, where the friggin' metal detectors are IoT devices that are on the network. And guess what?
Wow.
They've got firmware that's like exploitable, and you can get to them over the. So this line of metal detectors, Garrett is the company. It's an IC module.
It's a PD6500.
PD6500 is the model, right? You use a tablet or a laptop that gives you the telemetry and all the user interface, and it connects over the network to the metal detector. But if you connect directly to the metal detector, guess what? You can make configuration changes, alter the sensitivity of the device, which essentially would let you bypass the metal detector, which is scary.
Or those devices live on local networks that are accessible outside of the secure zone, and or you have access to the touchpad while you're trying to go through security. Like, all these things exist as like stupid ways you end up getting past these kind of things.
Yep.
So I'm flashing back to my trip to Egypt a couple weeks ago. Everywhere we went through metal detectors, and there was two scenarios that were very common. One, the results of the metal detector were just ignored.
Yep.
You went through and it beeped or it didn't. The other, which was at the airport, whether it beeped or not, you got the full pat down. The beeping
Didn't
was just
matter.
whether you got wanded and patted down or just patted down.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these were really more almost a massage, the way they were checking us out. So there are countermeasures, but yeah. No
It's because
thanks.
you were wearing that sweater. I would massage you too.
But Lee,
come on.
Lee, I like the scenario where like everyone goes through the metal detector, and it's really just an indicator of what countermeasures are put in place once you walk through it, right? Like everyone gets a pat down, but like if you set the metal detector off, then there's the wand that happens as a result. And also
That goes
we've
back
learned
to how
from
you
Israel
carry
too
yourself.
that security is not just about these devices and technology. Security is about profiling. I think Egypt and a lot of the countries in other places in the Middle East, they're more about profiling and training people to look at people, to talk to people, and make that assessment about a threat, right? And that not so much relying on the technology.
Right? Like,
yeah.
And
technology covers a certain aspect of it. You wear a suit, you look the part, you feel the part, but like something is off. As a good agent, if they pull you aside, they will probably find something because they keyed in on something. If you look the part and you're getting through that level of scrutiny and you're doing your side of it, which you should be, you have nothing to hide, you're able to talk very freely, very cleanly, you look the part, you
Back
act
to my
the part,
conversation with the
you have all
TSA
the
agent
things.
in Louisville, Kentucky. What is
Yes.
this? I'm like, that's a lockpick set. That's for picking locks. Okay, like the fact
You
that I
owned
was
up?
like, without hesitation,
That's
I was
it.
like, that's what it is. I'm not trying to hide anything. Like, I'm telling you that's what it is. You need to take it. You need to take it. That's totally fine. Like, I'm all for safety. We can sit here and debate the laws, but like, really, you want to do your job, keep people safe, and I want to get on my flight. And that lockpick set that I keep in my bag pretty much at all times cost me about $12. So like, whatever, right? Like, it's just there in case I need it to get into something that I own or I have permission to lockpick.
Like
right?
say the
It's
metal
not-
detector.
right? As you need to take it. You need to take it, right? Like the lockpick set that I keep in my bag is basically disposable for that reason. If I need it in the course of doing my job and traveling to get into something that I need to get into, like the cash box needed to be picked, and I have my lockpick set. My only stipulation is like
or
the
a
case that
toothpick.
it comes in was from like Hackers for Charity and like handcrafted in Uganda that I bought. Like, let me keep the case. You can take the lockpicks. I don't care about those. I just want to keep the case. That's it. And that's what I keep in my bag.
Yeah, look the part, act the part, feel the part, and present no risk. You will often talk your way out of most situations, and or be able to continue an engagement without the use or need of any other propaganda, your letter, get out of jail free. Like, have a good backstory, understand how to talk to people and the psychology behind it, and just be a good human. Most of the time, it's very rare that anybody is going to do confrontation.
Right. What else we got? Bugs and billions of Wi-Fi and Bluetooth chips. I thought this was interesting when we think about a SOC, right? Not a SOC that is doing threat hunting or analysis of events, but a system on a chip. this was interesting because what this research highlighted was that the SoC that typically has the functions for like the CPU compute for Wi-Fi and Bluetooth shares common resources such as the antenna and also shared memory. What the research paper showed, and I can't imagine it's the first research paper to show this kind of level of vulnerability and exploitation, but what it did show is that, for example, if I'm able to exploit something over Bluetooth, I can use a shared memory attack, for example, that gets me into the Wi-Fi, and I can kind of jump between them because these different
That's kind of
aspects
cool.
of this, right? That's cool. Like that to me is an interesting kind of threat model that like all the Wi-Fi communications that might be built in on a phone, you might also have NFC in other devices, even laptops, right? That might have these components to save cost. They put them on the same chip, but they share resources, and it's that shared resource that it can allow you to jump from, I'm going to compromise your laptop over Wi-Fi, but then be able to exploit something on the Bluetooth chip, which I think is really interesting.
And this isn't in just a small amount of Bluetooth chips. Like you're talking about billions, because it's affecting ESP32, which is used in most Bluetooth and Wi-Fi SoC chips as part of it. It's what was it? It's Bracktooth. That's what the vulnerability is called, if I remember right. I actually spoke about this on Newsy this last week or the week before, and your ability, like this is not being fixed by a lot of manufacturers. You look at many of the manufacturers I speak about on the show, the manufacturers, based on who they are either addressing it or not addressing it based on the level of risk and consumers that are asking for a fix. Most consumers are not. This allows an attacker to do a denial of service, shut down the Bluetooth on any given phone at any point in time and not bring it back up. You can continually do denial of service against Bluetooth devices.
Over Wi-Fi.
Over Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, like close proximity or over Wi-Fi, sending individual packets. Very, very simple attack, pretty straightforward as far as the buffer overflow and how it actually works. It injects code into the system and could potentially allow a remote code execution for some of the out-of-bounds memory attacks if it is proven successful.
But also knocking someone off their Bluetooth or Wi-Fi could lead to other attacks too. Many of those attacks we've studied over the years rely on intercepting the initial communications or handshake protocols, right, in Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. So this I could see being really handy. Like, can't get on the Wi-Fi or whatever, or can't communicate via Bluetooth, but I can go over Wi-Fi. I can make your Bluetooth cord disconnect, and when it reconnects to me because of some other kind of attack. Yep.
You think about all the setup guides. You look at something like Ubiquity. You look at Alexa. You look at a lot of the Nest devices. All the IoT devices are relying on near field or Bluetooth in order to do the initial setup. And if you can actually reset those or spoof those initial connections and do a denial of service against the original equipment, your ability to then manipulate and connect back to things like a phone over Bluetooth without having to request a pairing. Like I may mention, like with Inside the Research, they're saying you don't have to do an initial pairing in order for this denial of service attack to be effective. That's a pretty big attack. Like I don't have to do anything. It's almost like a non-interactive zero-day exploit from SMS, like the Pegasus stuff we've seen. You don't have to connect or pair to this device for it to kick off Bluetooth and do a denial of service and reset your Bluetooth chip.
Will they use Bluetooth to do the initial setup to give it the Wi-Fi information so the IoT device can connect to the Wi-Fi? Like I've seen a lot. My Christmas tree is connected to Wi-Fi. Like I have an app on my phone. I can change my Christmas tree. Which is hilarious.
Well, it's either that or they'll set up the Wi-Fi on the device as an access point, point to point, and then it uses that to send the information over, and then you're back to regular.
Yeah.
Same effect though. Right.
Even if you're just resetting the chip though, and not allowing, like without pairing to a device, like anything within inside of my range, I put something in the vicinity and I do not allow anything to connect to my phone via Bluetooth, and I do a denial of service, like you've got a manufacturing issue where phones get returned and now you've got a mass influx of device issues, which, is an entirely different tack from a denial of service side. Like ESP32 is in a lot of stuff, not just IoT. You're talking MacBooks, you're talking iPhones, you're talking Android. Right. All the protocol stacks have the ability to be denied access to any Bluetooth. You think about all the users that you walk by them and disconnect their AirPods and their device has to reboot in order for them to reconnect. Mm-hmm. That's a pretty bad day if that gets out in the public.
Yeah, my Nest Protects go through, the smoke detectors go through a similar handshake kind of process.
They do.
It's kind of scary.
The other interesting thing is some of those things, when they lose their connection, they go back into pairing mode.
Yep.
Or if you've got a guy who's never configured one and you just happen to be in range, well, have at. It's pretty easy to take control of it.
That initial setup mode, right, typically does not have any authentication or anything like that.
Yep. Especially if it's an older protocol, like you're talking about Bluetooth 2 or Bluetooth Classic, one of those older protocols where the chip may be a little bit older and all it takes is a full disconnect and reset. Like now Bingo. You're talking about the ability to take over hardware.
Yeah.
Any other security stories? I think we covered most of them. Oh, no, I wanted to cover this one because I thought it was interesting. A German-made VoIP system. Researchers found there were 2 backdoor passwords in firmware. One that was set for a secret user. The other can be used as a high privilege user for admin. There was no way was discovered to disable these backdoors. This class of vulnerabilities is very scary to me. When I was researching IoT devices heavily, when Larry and I were writing the book, I kind of highlighted this in maybe the book, but also in a lot of other talks I gave at the time of devices that had a backdoor that the user just could not reset, right? Like in the web interface, in whatever management protocols they provided on the device, you couldn't wipe out this backdoor.
It's a maintenance hook.
It's a maintenance hook. It's just in there. It's baked in the firmware.
ICS and OT has always been notorious for this, and it's horrible. Like, seeing this in a phone,
scary to me. Like you can put all the security around the firmware, and you can apply all the firmware updates, but that backdoor, if someone gains access to that protocol, is something you can't change. You can't change the password. You can't disable the backdoor from a user perspective. Sure, you could reverse engineer the firmware, disassemble it, go in and change it and put it all back together. That's not always feasible. Sometimes you could do that, but you need a very sophisticated user to be able to reverse engineer the firmware.
Yeah, it's not even always feasible.
If it's even possible. Like sometimes it's just not possible to do that and get working firmware when it comes back. Then you run the risk of breaking the device. And to me, this type of backdoor is a huge security risk.
It's very old school.
You have to ask yourself, is this a supply chain issue where they just had development code where they were testing, they got pushed to prod that is poor quality assurance? Is this something that was pushed by the manufacturer for a backdoor for technical support and didn't think about security implications? Is this a backdoor pushed by the manufacturer for government leveraged capabilities via pressure? You think about the stuff that China's pushing, this is something that is very feasible that could be pushed from a Chinese manufacturer. Just because it's in Germany, I would less suspect German authorities from putting this in there for their access. They're very privacy conscious and they do things in a much more conservative manner. But these are things that you should be looking at your supply chain, your code repositories, your CDIC pipeline, how those codes are pushed, why this is there. And I would be going kind of full panic mode from a tinfoil hat standpoint of, we've got a backdoor in our code. Why is this here? And who put this here? And how did this get past QA?
My favorite example is Joel's backdoor. Search for D-Link Joel's backdoor. Read that whole history of that. I put it in my presentations back in the day. It's a crazy story. The Russians had found it. It was a user agent string. It was Joel's backdoor backwards, right, Tyler? Was that the I think that if in your user agent string, Joel's backdoor spelled backwards was like the magic string.
Instant magic string.
People used to put stuff like that and stuff all the time. I mean, engineers put stuff like that in university systems all the time so they could get back in after people locked themselves out and all kinds of stuff like that.
One of my favorite quotes, Mr. Potato Head, backdoors are not secrets. What movie is that from? Anyone know?
War Games.
War Games. Thank you, Lee.
War Games.
I think it's one of my favorite scenes and lines, right? He's like, Mr. Potato Head, Mr. Potato Head, backdoors are not secrets.
Yeah. Look, I've got
Which
one
is very
question
telling because they're not, right? Like, someone's going to find it. Someone's going to find it. Yeah.
Especially today.
I've got one question for you, Paul, though. But did your discovery of Joel's backdoor have anything to do with the Thanksgiving incident?
They were unrelated. Joel's backdoor came way before the Thanksgiving incident. I know our listeners hate it when we talk about inside jokes like that, and I apologize. But
I know it's terrible.
I will not disclose ever that that particular inside joke.
That is the last episode you'll be seeing Joff as a co-host.
No, that's totally
Thank you,
fine.
Joff, for joining us.
It is an
and Joff will no longer
inside
be here
joke.
for 2021.
So
I did want to talk about one funny story. I find these crazy stories with kind of interesting. Sometimes they're better than others. This one had us using a word that we all kind of like forgot was in the English language and really like using. So I implore everyone over the holiday table, if you can work in the word pre-copulatory.
Mm-hmm.
That would
awesome.
be that's a great one, right? That's a great like hacker challenge. Like work in the word pre-copulatory
At your family dinner.
At your family dinner, and like let me know how that goes.
Can I add a Fauci to that? A pre-copulatory. I can't even say
copulatory.
Pre-copulatory diminution.
Yes.
If you've got to get those together, I think you're in great shape.
Get double points for that.
I don't like. You wonder how I come across this story that says pre-copulatory oral sex found in darkling beetles.
I've been wondering that all night.
I don't know. I really don't know.
You don't want
how
to
I
see
find
his
this
search
stuff.
history.
Yeah, you don't want my browser history. So a team of researchers from China, the UK, and the US. So this is a multinational research that's looking at
Multinational, more than one person.
the sexual behavior of darkling beetles. Now, I had also not heard of darkling beetles before.
But you know about them now.
But I know about them now. I'm like the expert on
They're
no,
slamming,
really.
yeah,
They look like beetles.
They're like the sluts of the beetle world.
I don't know if they're necessarily sluts.
No, they are
they're
50
very,
shades
they're
of
very
gray
picky.
beetles.
Yeah, they're very
We
picky.
secretly hacked Paul's
That's a
media
that's a
collection
magic
service to
light
change what the criteria would result in.
So the researchers know, like, this article, like, I can't believe that there's people on this earth that study this to this level because they have this information about invertebrates, right? That is just, so they say males giving females oral genital stimulation is rare in invertebrates. Like, but like someone had to put that in as like a fact in an article. Someone had to study that.
And I had one more image for you from this because I've been in these meetings, not about this, but I've been in these other kind of meetings where there was like all these people sitting around a table, right? And
Talking about a subject.
and it's this very esoteric thing.
Yes.
And there's a translator sitting there who's having to translate pre-copulatory oral sex behavior into like 3 different languages. And they're like frantically looking through their dictionary of words going, what did he just say?
But like someone had to write the sentence, they were surprised when they found male darkling desert beetles contacting and orally manipulating female genitalia multiple times prior to copulation.
Man, that was a big night in the lab, let me tell you. Somebody was like, holy shit, look what I'm seeing here. Oh my God. He's going for it. He's going for it. Okay, here we go.
A holiday meal. I'm thinking about my holiday meal with the family going, well, hi, daughter. How are you? Have you ever Googled pre-copulatory
oral sex behavior in darkling beetles?
There's another
tell you about
aspect.
darkling
There's
beetles.
another aspect here that was just mind blowing to this whole thing. So they say during oral stimulation, the females appeared to judge its effectiveness. If she was not satisfied, she would end things by lowering her rear end and walking away, and like not completing the mating process. I'm like, what? Like, someone actually studied this to basically like, if the oral sex from the male wasn't good, the female's like, yeah, I'm out. Like, you're not what it says in the article is like the female determined that was not a suitable mate to produce offspring, and therefore like that was it.
Somewhere there's like a lab book, on somebody's desk, and they've written notes in it like, lowered rear end, walked away, oral sex ineffective.
Yes. Someone studied this. Someone had to observe all of this and like go through the scientific process of observing this. But then talking about like there were meetings where people talked about
probably a conference,
this whole process, like conceivably with a straight face, which is way more we could do here. Like I could not talk about this with a straight face.
Pre-copulatory con is being held in Bern, Switzerland next month. So if you want to check it out, it's
a
going to
researcher
be a wild
stated,
time.
and I'll quote from the article: unsuccessful oral stimulation typically led to unsuccessful mating attempts. Like someone had to write that and probably talk about that in a meeting.
And then there was probably an academic
taxpayer
argument
dollars
about
at
it.
work,
Yes.
baby. The more you know.
Yeah, we can't solve global warming. I don't know.
Yeah. If it just had more pre-copulatory behavior, if the hurricane had better pre-copulatory behavior, we would get better.
It wouldn't be post-copulatory cock blocked.
Oral copulation also serves as a test of sorts, allowing females to better judge who would produce superior offspring. On your holiday
Says so
break, I want you to
much. It says so
contemplate
much.
that.
Just think of it as evolution in action.
Evolution in action.
So yeah.
I mean, I feel like this should be like taught in schools.
And just try to remember those beetle mouth parts, and it'll give you.
I try not to think about that in the context of this article.
It turns out the
Happy
beetle
holiday.
scientists probably do get laid.
Science is science, man, and this is a very, very specific application of science.
I assure you there's etymologists who are just as passionate about this stuff as you are about soldering.
Right? Yeah, like this is...
I mean, we talk about really bizarre esoteric stuff all the time. It doesn't have pre-copulatory behavior in it, but,
This goes back to the science of like pre-copulation is fundamental in all walks of life. It doesn't matter what vertical you're in.
But it sounds like a Far Side cartoon.
I'm seeing Tyler with a big shovel right now and a large hole opening up.
So I mean, that article's there for
that probably wraps the year up.
Wraps
pretty
the
well.
year up on that note. I think
that sort of slams the lid on
science
2021.
Never ceases to amaze me.
Yeah.
It's I think I don't know. I helped my teenage son with his science homework, and we're talking about the oranges of the moon. I think that if you were to try to teach this to 8th graders, you might have that would be a challenge.
I know I'm going home and ordering some darkling beetles in the mail.
Right? Tell me what your research results.
We'll be experimenting with that all during the break. So
that's it.
I'm reevaluating my life choices right now.
I think you should. You might even get some tips in this article.
Well, that will conclude this episode of Paul's Security Weekly. Thank you, everyone, for listening and watching. We'll see you in the new year. Happy holidays, everyone. Over.
Happy holidays.
And out.
Woohoo!